suspend disbelief for a moment and walk with the idea that this is real. That the ruins that are present on the moon and on Mars, the ancient temples, are in fact the gifts of our own progeny. Can you imagine what is going to happen when those temples, which were prayed to as the gods, are found out to be nothing more than the creations of men, that the men themselves were those who were being worshipped? Will fall headlong into the pool of Narcissus. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we'll find truth, love, God, something other than buildings and stones and marble. Maybe we'll find out who he really is, or she, it, or just us.
Began the deep rabbit hole of the Dan Burrish saga when I, in 2012, started looking into some cases that I had not looked into in the past, and I heard about this person, Bill Uhouse.
Yep.
And his working with a, quote, J-rod, and I didn't even know what that meant at the time.
That's the name that the linguist gave him. So he knew J-rod.
How much individual contact did you have with him?
Oh, he used to come in with Teller and some of the other guys occasionally on questions that maybe we'd have, you know.
The very first interview with Dan in 2002 had my friend Bill Hamilton's voice in the background asking Dan questions. And I thought, oh, this is Bill's voice. Man, I really trust Bill. So that got me very interested to follow up, because I had heard and read how nobody believed Dan in the 2000s. He was kind of ostracized, is the word. He was ostracized and believed to be a fraud. But I was looking at so much documentation, so many interviews. He seemed to be very comfortable talking about the science behind what he was speaking about. And then I just went down a major rabbit hole there. McConnell and Dr. Edward Teller played a crucial role in recruiting Dan into Project Aquarius. A significant part of this program was conducted at Groom Lake, Nevada, commonly known as Area 51, but now renamed Air Force Test Center Detachment 3. Project Aquarius was initiated in 1953 to study extraterrestrial life forms, and in Dan's case, an individual species known as a J-rod. This J-rod was one of two kept alive from the infamous Kingman, Arizona crash of 1953. S4 is a highly classified subterranean facility in a remote area of the desert extending 5 levels deep. The facility itself is meticulously camouflaged, reinforcing the deep secrecy of the program. Within the lowest level of the complex, a specialized chamber was constructed to maintain the precise environmental conditions necessary for the J-rod's survival. Dan's responsibilities required direct interaction with the being, primarily for biological tissue sampling and genetic studies. One of the most extraordinary technologies at the time within the S4 Papoose facility was the Looking Glass device, along with the Orion Cube. Both allowed for glimpses into future events and the ability to foresee outcomes in advance. And important to establish early on is that in 1973, when Dan was 8 years old, he had an abduction episode. Dan witnessed a chevron-shaped craft and had missing time for hours. The J-rod identified himself to Dan as Kaela. The designation J-rod translates to 15, referring to the number of light years from Earth. Kaela was classified as a P+52 J-rod, meaning he was 52,000 years more evolved than present-day humans. At the time, he was 622 years old. The cube was reportedly used by elitists in various countries to look into their own futures and select favorable paths. Essentially, there would be an Earth catastrophe that we were well aware of in advance, but would claim the lives of 4 billion. In anticipation of this, a significant population would migrate off-planet to Mars, and another lives in a subterranean underground zones. After some time, the Mars population resets to the Orion constellation, where the subterranean group, after 4,000 years, resets far away at the Zeta Reticuli star system. The evolutionary changes because of the difference in the environmental conditions, as well as forced manipulation of DNA, creates the tall Orions, and the ones that were subterranean become the Greys and J-Rods. Extraterrestrial treaties exist and influence choices done on our behalf without our knowledge. A significant catastrophe may unfold in the near future and split the evolution of mankind's future. Groups like MJ12 may have fostered agreements and treaties with multiple species that even today may affect geopolitical choices with our allies and enemies. Reality and consciousness are far beyond what we perceive, and multiple timelines and time travel are real.
The first I was introduced to Edgar Mitchell, the astronaut, ran the program, and then Brendan took me to Dean Brown's house, which apparently Jacques Vallée was supposed to be there, but something happened, he never showed, but he arranged the meeting, and that's where I first met Hal Puthoff and Russ Togg and these people, and that's where is the recording where I talk about, where Russ Togg says they think the flying saucers are time travel machines back from the future.
The other way that you could interpret those findings, though, is that human time travelers, on a very limited basis, were living in those epochs and left artifacts behind. So that's one piece of one line of empirical evidence that you could use to argue for time travel.
So I do take that seriously, especially when we step back and look at it in the context of these other interactions and other deathbed confessions. Commander George Hoover, for instance, said the same thing, that these were future humans. Yes, this was real, and they looked like us, and they were more advanced. And he specifically stated they were future humans. She danced around it a little bit, and there's case after case. One thing I try to do in my second book at the beginning is show just how many other people have been talking about this future human idea as a plausibility in all of these different capacities. And you and I have been saying this for a very long time, coming from different perspectives. Yours more based in the IC, and mine has overlapped there as well. I've had people from the intelligence community say, we've been talking about this idea for a while, and it's being considered, and some people might even know within the intelligence community. And mine focuses on the biological side, but you also have people like Jack Sarfati on the physics side. So you take all of this, including the eyewitness testimony, including the people on their deathbeds who are confessing these things.
Today we're going to be discussing a rather unique approach to my work, and that is actual time travelers from our future. I call them chrononauts. Now, this is not, I know they're featured in science fiction and the X-Files and TV and film and novels. That's all fine. But I deal with real time travelers, people from between 1,000 and 3,000 years in the future that have come back in time, not only now, but throughout history, which we will discuss, and have given us our technology and have also prevented us from being enslaved by the really nasty ETs that have come to this planet.
Well, I have said before on film, I don't believe it's a UFO cover-up. I believe that it's a time travel cover-up. My father, we had the documents, we don't have them anymore on the Philadelphia experiment. Einstein worked on it, my father did reveal that. And I just don't believe, I have said at a very important meeting about time travel. They wanted to know what my father knew and such like that. I have stated my issues, that there is no future and there is no past, there's only now. So if the ET would land here, he would have that ability and it would segregate our society. See, there are other issues besides religion involved. There's the mental parts that are involved. I don't know if that's hard to follow or what, but these are the type of mind games that need to be played to understand why they do not reveal themselves to the masses.
Sziasztok! Ha tetszenek a videók, ne felejtsd el lájkolni, feliratkozni és megosztani legalább egy ismerősöddel. Nem szoktam 10 percenként mondani vagy bevágni, hogy lájkold a videót, de ez mind segít a YouTube algoritmusnak, hogy minél több ember elé kerüljön a videó. Illetve próbáljátok megosztani a Facebook csoportokban is, mert én csak ott tudom, ahol admin vagy moderátor vagyok. Majdnem minden más Facebook csoport azon a spam mapába küldi a posztjaimat, amiben van videólink. Nemrég írtam egy posztot minden Facebook csoportban erről a problémáról. Hogyha lehet, akkor engedélyezzétek, vagy engedélyezzék az adminok, hogy a posztjaim megjelenjenek, vagy esetleg kapjak moderátor hozzáférést a csoporthoz. Én nem akarom átvenni a csoportot, nincs erre időm, én csak a videókat szeretném megosztani, illetve a posztokat. Többen is segítettetek, mint például Antónia, Rozália, Szabina, Ádám és Csabi, szóval köszönöm szépen a támogatást, és ígérem, hogy továbbra is próbálom a leghitelesebb eseteket, interjúkat, vagy cikkeket megosztani mindenféle spam nélkül. Emellett az összes többi Facebook csoportból kiléptem, mert csak az időmet pazaroltam, miközben a posztjaim csak sorakoztak, voltam már 6-8, meg 9 poszt csak ott állt, szóval hogyha az adminok, vagy a moderátorok nem foglalkoztak vele, akkor gondolom ugye nem is foglalkoznak a Facebook csoporttal, illetve csak az időmet pazaroltam tényleg, meg ugyanakkor láttam ezeket a Facebook csoportokat, nem mondok neveket, mert nagyon sokban benne voltam, hogy igazából tele vannak, nagyon sok ilyen Facebook csoport van, tele vannak ezekkel a tipikus gagyi, hiteltelen, idióta, nem is a témához kapcsolódó videókkal, posztokkal, egy vicc tényleg, szóval nem is baj, hogy ezekben a csoportokban már nem vagyok benne. Többféleképpen is tudjátok támogatni a csatornát, mint például szuper köszönet. Itt hozzáteszem, hogy én nem ebből élek, és tehát nem pénzért könyörgök. Tehát aki ismer, tudja, hogy több más bevételi forrásom van, és ennek köszönhetően megtehetem magamnak, meg nektek, hogy mélyebben foglalkozzak a témával. De ugyanakkor tényleg jól esik, amikor látom, hogy kapok ilyen 400 forint, 1000 forint, múltkor látok ilyeneket, hogy 4900 forint, vagy 6000 forintos szuperköszönetek, tehát ezek tényleg nagyon jól esnek, Nem ebből akarok meggazdagodni, ebből szerintem nem is lehet, azért online bizniszeket csinálok 2016 óta, többe is belebuktam, többe nem, adtam is el online bizniszt, egy indiai és egy Bollywood filmsztárnak, Sahil Khannak, tehát képbe vagyok az online bizniszekkel. Ebből nem lehet pénzt keresni, én szerintem. Ha csak nem minden interjút ugye 10 darabra szednék, de tehát ezt többen is mondtátok már, de tehát én szeretem egybehagyni az interjúkat, nekem egy interjú az egy videó, ha 1 órás, vagy ha 4 órás, vagy 4,5 órás, mint múltkor a Dani, lehet, hogy szét kellett volna szednem, mert végülis egy óra hosszú az utolsó, igazából az ő élményéről szól, de egybehagytam. A legjobban tényleg annak örülök, hogyha lájkolod a videót, feliratkozol és hozzászólsz, illetve megosztod 1-2 ismerősöddel. A lényeg itt még egyszer, hogy az információ minél több emberhez eljusson. Ha már így a csatorna támogatásról beszélek, szeretném megemlíteni Árvai Vincét, aki többnyire a dokumentumfilmekhez készít csodálatos és fantasztikus zenéket, már lassan 1 éve, és tényleg nagyon lelkes, és rengeteget dolgozik többnyire esténként, ilyen hajnali 1-2-ig. Ezt azért tudom, mert akkor küldi az e-maileket, hogy most végeztem, most készítettem el ezt az új zenét is, stb. Szóval, és nagyon egy hullám hosszon vagyunk, tehát szoktak kérdezni, oké, most mi lesz, akkor milyen legyen, és akkor mondom, hogy oké, most ez legyen ilyen kicsit angyali, mint a hölgyhöz jön, hogy ilyen kedves, aranyos, viszont utána majd váltunk szekmetre, legyen ilyen erős, olyan gyönyörű zenék, majd meglátjátok. Itt ennek az interjú előzetesnek is ő volt a szerzője. Szóval köszönöm szépen a rengeteg munkát, Vince, hogyha nézed. Tudom, hogy szoktad nézni. Szintén szeretném megköszönni, megemlíteni Soltész Melindát, aki felajánlotta a segítségét, hogy készítsen a következő dokumentumfilmhez a hölgyhöz, illusztrációkat, képeket és videóformában. Szóval Melinda, neked is köszönöm szépen a közreműködést. Amiben a legnagyobb szükségem van segítségre, az a fordítás és feliratozás. Tehát az interjúk folyamatosan érkeznek. Itt hangsúlyozom, hogy többen is segítettek már feliratozni, és 10 000 forintot fizetek minden egyes óra feliratozásért. Tehát amikre néha heteket várok. Tehát mit tudom, amikor látsz egy 3 órás interjút, és ezt nem én fordítottam, én azért 30 000 forintot fizettem, hogy kész legyen a feliratozás. Tehát ez tényleg rengeteg munka, és továbbra is szívesen fizetek ezért a szolgáltatásért, de ennél többet nem tudok fizetni, mert tehát ez egy szolgáltatás, ez nem támogatás is. Tehát én úgy ezt a munkát képes vagyok megcsinálni 3-4 nap alatt. Egész nap dolgozok ezen, tehát reggeltől estig, amikor ilyen 3 óra hosszás, tehát ugyanígy megcsináltam a Dr. Lin, Kitály, a Szisztópaz interjút is, ez mind a kettő 3 óra hosszás, 4 nap alatt megcsináltam a feliratozást. Szóval manuálisan. Régebben még azért tovább tartott, de most már azért egyre jobb vagyok benne én is. De tehát hogyha lenne valaki fixen, akkor közben sokkal többet tudnék koncentrálni új interjúkra, vagy dokumentumfilmekre. És ugye ezt sokan kéritek is tőlem, de én azért nem merek több embernek írni, mert már most megint el vagyok úszva. Most is van 5 vágatlan interjú. Szóval most már végig is 4, hogyha ez kész lesz. Szóval hirtelen ennyi volt az Aktuális, köszönöm, hogy meghallgattad. A mai vendégem Brian Jackson, amerikai graphic designer és UFO-kutató 37 éve. De 2012 óta ő gyűjtötte össze a legtöbb adatot Dr. Dan Burishről, így nyugodtan kijelenthetjük, hogy ő az egyetlen Burish szakértő, aki még mindig életben van. Készített egy nagyon komoly weboldalt, aminek a neve a burisharchive.com. Ide feltöltötte az összes videót, ami létezik Dr. Dan Burishről, mindent összeszedett, illetve nemrég készített 9 rövidebb videót, ami a Burish Archive podcast alatt találtok. Itt van a legnagyobb fénykép kollekció Danről, valamint ha a dokumentációkra kattintasz, akkor itt megtalálod Dan végzettségeit, doktori fokozatait, nyilatkozatokat és különböző feljegyzéseket. Szintén ajánlom, hogy látogass meg Brian YouTube csatornáját, iratkozz fel és lájkold a videóit, mert tényleg óriási munkát végzett. Amint látjátok, rengeteg bizonyíték létezik Danről, és akik interjúztatták, mind hitelesnek tartották. Ezek például Bill Hamilton, ő ugye elhunyt, Ron C. Garner, szintén elhunyt, Dr. Bob Wood, szintén elhunyt, Ryan Woodnak az édesapja, Michael Schratt, Paula Harris, Linda Howe, vagy Linda Moulton Howe, Mark McCandish, szintén elhunyt, és tehát akiket felsoroltam, Brian mindenkivel beszélt, sőt, amit fontos tudni, hogy Brian beszélt legutoljára telefonon Dr. Dan Burishsel 2019-ben, erről beszélünk később. Egyébként Dr. Dan Burish még most is él valahol Kanadában, éjjel-nappal őrzik és aktív a háttérben, erről is beszélünk később. Ha pedig már láttátok Dóra videóját a Jero Storyról, akkor gondolom rémlik nektek, hogy Dr. Dan Burish, ugye Egyiptomban, tehát ez is az egyik, ennek a fantasztikus sztorinak az egyik része, hogy Abydos templom komplexumnál lökte át a Jerodot egyfajta csillagkapun, hogy haza tudjon jutni. Durva, csillagkapukról egyre több információt kapunk, illetve majdnem mindenről. Tehát, szóval, na mindegy, kérdeztem erről Briant, hogy ez pontosan mikor volt, és volt-e valami info. Mondta, hogy 2003 vége felé történhetett ez. Dr. Dan Burish valahogy úgy említette, valamelyik interjúban, annó. De nincs semmi más infója róla, szóval, de mondom, valahogy a fejbe jött, hogy hozzá tudjak rakni egy kicsit az én az ő kutatásához egy kicsit, hogy mivel voltam 12 városban Egyiptomban, vannak kontaktjaim, szóval ráírtam néhány idegenvezetőre és sofőrre, hát ha tudnak valamit arról, hogy az Abydos templom komplexumot a 2003-as év vége körül lezárták-e, korlátozták-e a belépést, vagy történt-e ott valamilyen különleges biztonsági esemény, vagy van-e valamilyen hely, ahol az ilyen jellegű nyilvános információknak utána lehet nézni. Egy páran ugye már látjátok, válaszoltak is. Tőletek is szeretném megkérdezni, hogy ha esetleg van ismerősötök Egyiptomban, vagy Egyiptomban laksz, vagy pont menni fogsz, vagy valami, vagy esetleg voltál Abydosban, és neked is volt egy ilyen tour guide, minek hívják ezt az idegenvezetőt, akkor kérdezzetek már rá, hát ha tudnak valamit ezzel kapcsolatban, hát ha tudtok segíteni, és akkor írjatok rám, vagy akár Briannek is tudtok írni a weboldalán keresztül, mert végülis Brian itt a fő UFO-kutató. Tehát, hogyha ebben az ügyben mindenképp Brian a fő UFO-kutató. Karácsonykor egyébként megint megyek Egyiptomba, szóval én is kérdezősködni fogok, de hogyha addig találtok valami infót, akkor szóljatok. Brianről szintén érdemes tudni, hogy nagy kutatója az 51-es körzet és a Papus Lake létesítményeinek, a föld alatti katonai bázisoknak, valamint az idegenekhez köthető MILAB, vagy MILAB jellegű elrablási jelenségnek. Tehát a MILAB, vagy MILAB, többféleképpen is szokták mondani, ez a military abduction, tehát magyarul katonai elrablást jelent, de sokan ezt félreértik, és azt hiszik, hogy ezek kizárólag katonai műveletek. Ezt terjeszti például a Dr. Stephen Greer is. Szóval, tehát az igazság az, hogy tehát a MILAB-esetek szemtanúi gyakran nem csak egyenruhás katonákról számolnak be, hanem arról is, hogy ezek a katonák idegenekkel együttműködve tevékenykednek. A beszámolók szerint az elrabolt személyeket nem űrhajók fedélzetére viszik, tehát nem a tipikus onboard, vagy fedélzeti onboard experience, vagy a fedélzeti élmény, hanem katonai bázisokra, ahol nem a tipikus üres korong alakú helységben találják magukat, hanem kifejezetten emberi orvosi rendelőkben. És ott látják, hogy közreműködnek katonák idegenekkel, különböző idegenekkel. Szóval tehát ez talán a jelenség kutatásának talán a legsötétebb aspektusa. És ezzel fogjuk kezdeni. Szóval készen állsz? Induljon az interjú. All right, Brian. So welcome. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
So you said you live in LA or just near?
Yes, the Los Angeles area. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about a little bit about your background, or is it part of your presentation, like how you got into the ufology, or if you have any personal experience, perhaps, or was there a...
No, I've not had any experience. This all kind of came about by the inspiration through my brother, who was starting to read books on the subject back in the 1980s. And the one that really struck him was the book Communion. And I remember him telling me about that book, and it kind of, it was kind of emotionally jarring to think that this could actually be happening to people, the idea of abduction. Yeah. And soon there were some interviews of the author, Whitley Strieber, and I saw them on TV, and it sounded like he was authentically recalling what he'd gone through.
I perceived these things. This is what I saw. I never say in the story, I never claim that I believe that UFOs and unidentified flying objects and aliens are real in the sense that you and I are real. What I say is it seemed real to me, and that is the truth. It did seem very real to me.
Yes. But everyone who will read the book will be very skeptical. You can
I don't agree with you. I don't think that depends on who you are, and also what you mean by skepticism. People who have had this experience, and there are a lot of them, aren't going to be that skeptical. They know that an extraordinary thing can happen, and sometimes in the night. And second, if we're talking about perceptions, which is what we are talking about, then what does skepticism really mean? I mean, are you trying, would it be someone trying to say to me that I didn't have these perceptions? I did have them. I've taken now 2 lie detector tests about it, one for the book and another one for the BBC, and I can pass any test. I saw these things, but what they were, I don't know. My perception was that these small beings, about 3 or so feet tall, came into the room and it carried me out forcibly. And that perception is very vivid. Vivid in the sense not that a dream is vivid, but much more in the sense that life is vivid. Even though, as I said before, the way I felt was not the way I feel now. My body was tingling. I was semi-mobile. I wasn't really able to move my arms and legs. I was terribly confused by the speed with which things were happening. So I wouldn't say I was in a normal state of mind at all.
Did they come into your house then?
Into my bedroom, yeah. But I woke up and saw one of them. They made noises. There was noise downstairs. And I woke up and saw one of them standing in the doorway of the bedroom. I became terribly nervous, upset, irritable, afraid of my own shadow, unable to sleep deeply enough to really be healthy, distraught. I reacted like someone who had been attacked.
Yeah.
So soon there was a UFO conference near our town, and my brother and I went to it. And none other than Bill Hamilton,
yeah,
was one of the main speakers. And he was talking about abductions, and especially the MILAB scenario, if you're understanding what that is.
Military abduction.
Had some eyewitnesses and people who were experiencing this. And that really was an eye-opener, given this is my first time going into a conference and seeing probably the darkest side of this subject. So when I found that Bill lives near me, I attended every talk I could. And he then gave me permission to record all of his talks. And I've gotten probably 20 of them on cassette tape now. So I had been interested in the abduction scenario, the aerospace connection. I live close to what's called the Antelope Valley, which is where Edwards Air Force Base and the Lockheed Skunk Works is. And hearing the stories from people up there who had seen very odd craft in the skies.
Mm-hmm.
So I was interested in that aspect as well. And then from there, I had been just investigating and interested in helping abductees, helping them understand their scenario, what help they may need. I got in touch with a person who does hypnotherapy, Yvonne Smith.
Yes.
And got some people to her. One of them was a Los Angeles police officer who was trying to understand his situation or he was going through, and I have that actually on tape. And then I began the deep rabbit hole of the Dan Burrish saga when I, in 2012, started looking into some cases that I had not looked into in the past. And I heard about this person, Bill Uhouse.
Yep.
And his working with a, quote, J-Rod. And I didn't even know what that meant at the time. And when I started looking more into this, I heard about Dan.
Mm-hmm.
And the very first interview with Dan in 2002 had my friend Bill Hamilton's voice in the background asking Dan questions. And I thought, oh, this is Bill's voice. Man, I really trust Bill. So that got me very interested to follow up, because I had heard and read how nobody believed Dan in the 2000s. He was kind of ostracized is the word. He was ostracized and believed to be a fraud. But I was looking at so much documentation, so many interviews. He seemed to be very comfortable talking about the science behind what he was speaking about. And then I just went down a major rabbit hole there. And the rest is history, kind of, as it relates to that subject. I have other interests as well. I've collaborated and continue to collaborate with other investigative journalists and ufologists and people kind of below the radar. I've never really been in the forefront of the subject and speaking openly about it, but now I am.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a long-winded answer to your question.
Yeah, no, it's great because I actually I wasn't aware that you were also part of the the abduction phenomena, and you even know personally people who had these onboarding experience. You would say. Do you have
Yes.
different cases, or is it the most typical one? Just the Grace, or there are some other entities?
No. Well, let's break it down. The traditional abduction scenario is very much about the traditional short grays.
Yeah.
And in some cases, they recall other beings with the grays, almost as if there is a cooperation within the time of the abduction.
Yeah.
And sometimes there would be human beings, or what they would describe as human beings. So that's traditional abduction, and those people come away with scarring. Sometimes they remember being pregnant, then they're not pregnant, and then a later abduction scenario, they're presented the child that they know is theirs. Those are all very, very common threads within the storyline of those who remember their abductions. The MILAB, or military abduction, has very much similar properties. Most all of those people who experienced that were traditional abductees who had those traditional abductions, but then they start recalling in very waking memories of seeing a military the abduction with military uniformed people in the same room as the Greys.
Yeah.
And in some cases, they remember being taken, and it looked like it was a regular laboratory facility with fluorescent lights and cabinets. And it didn't have a mystique and ethereal quality to it. It looked very much like a normal laboratory.
Like a human, yeah.
Yeah, and in some cases, they were breaking into their homes and taking them in full waking daylight or nighttime, sometimes witnessed by their roommates and things. But that story is very, very difficult for them to talk about because it is so fantastic that very few people believe them. That's why I grew close to a woman named Melinda Leslie, who is a lifelong military abductee. And she actually has much evidence of these happening to her home. The doors being broken into, even a hotel she stayed at, she was broken into there along with other people. And the door was busted open, and she was presented with the bill from the hotel saying, "You broke our door." Lots of anecdotal evidence there.
My name is Melinda Leslie. I'm a researcher of the covert ops, reverse engineering of extraterrestrial abductees, and everything I'm about to tell you is the truth to the best of my knowledge. My research is about the covert ops and intelligence community military involvement in the harassment, surveillance, and reabduction of abductees for the purpose of reverse engineering extraterrestrial abductees to gain information that these covert ops types are looking for. This involves everything from harassment and surveillance to reabduction, where they are then picked up and abducted not by extraterrestrials this time, but by humans to be interrogated about their experiences with extraterrestrials. And this happens to people who have had the extraterrestrial abduction experience. Someone is, typically referred to as an abductee. They've had an experience where they have been picked up by aliens. This usually happens throughout their life more than once. Granted, some people have it happen just once, but many people have it continually. Alien abductions involve many things. They can involve everything from the production of hybrid children, having eggs and sperm taken from you. If an abductee has seen technology, then they're going to be very interested in that. The covert ops and military have developed back-engineered extraterrestrial technology from crash retrievals and other programs where they have been monitoring the technology and have tried to duplicate it themselves and have successfully done so and have built and flown craft that are UFO for all intensive purposes, but that they that they have built this themselves. Again, these are humans who have re-picked you up because you've had a very real alien experience. And they may do, like I said, medical procedures on you. They're looking for, what did the aliens do to you genetically? Did they enhance you genetically? Did they alter you? If the aliens perform some kind of surgery on you, these military guys may then be looking at what was performed on you and why. And again, this whole genetic part is a big component of both the alien experience and of the military re-abduction experience. And then what they're ultimately doing is then looking for information on the alien agenda, alien motives, and alien technology. Another big aspect to this is a psi component, PSI, meaning psychic, that they're looking for. How does the abductee communicate with the aliens telepathically? How do they manipulate matter with their mind? Did the aliens set them down at a control panel and instruct them how to fly the ship? And if they flew the ship, how were they able to do that? These military guys seem to be really pressing for this information, that they want to know, how are we able to do it? The door is broken open, the front door, and I'm in the living room on a futon bed. And I have photos of this where they did all this damage to the door when they broke in. They damaged the door lock, the door frame, they pulled it apart, they did all this stuff when they tried to get in the door. Next thing I know is there's 4 guys in black jumpsuits with helmets on with night vision goggles on the front of those helmets. They're like a night vision goggle that flips up, it was down, and so they're running around the apartment with night vision goggles. 2 of them come to me. 2 of them go down the hallway where my friend is, her master bedroom, that's where she is. They go down the hallway, so I assume they're going to her. 2 come to me. I start to go, and yell or whatever. Next thing I know is I'm stuck in the neck by something with 2 prongs, that when this thing hit me, kind of right where the neck and shoulder, right there meet, when it hit me, all of a sudden, all my muscles tensed up. So you understand what we mean. I have someone I want you to meet. He takes me out of that room, takes me into another room adjacent to it with like an examination table. And he says, sit here. He goes to the door, opens the door, and I see him look down the hallway and wave somebody who I can't see. And he waves this guy in. I'm sitting there on this examination table, just scared to death. And he says, so you understand what I mean? There's someone I want you to meet. I'm thinking this is going to be a general, the president, I know somebody who is going to impress upon me the significance of not talking. And I expected to be some high-ranking person or a scientist or something. He opens the door and in walks this large reptilian alien. Big guy, like 7 feet tall, like a football linebacker, broad shoulders, but covered in scales, had a crest on his head, had reptilian eyes that were yellow with the vertical slit, had a kind of a snout, not real long, but like even snakes have like a snake snout, like that. Scales. He made this weird noise, like this weird, like purring, growling noise. I'm hearing in one piece. So what I'm about to tell you didn't actually happen. Okay, but next thing I know is I think I'm being raped and pulled apart by him. First brutally raped, and then he has these black fingernails, black nails, and he slices my face open, slices me open here, guts are coming out, I'm bleeding, takes this arm off, rips it out of its socket. I see him pull it out of its socket, and I'm screaming. I think I've just been raped and brutally murdered. So something about the sound he made and being in my face projected this image that I was being brutally raped and murdered. And at that point I was able to break whatever that image was, and he backed off. And he stands there looking at me, and he kind of goes like that, kind of. It was really weird, like he had wanted to do that and he was disappointed that whatever. It was very scary. He backs off and goes out. The other guy comes in and says, if you don't stop talking about this, next time we will let him do what he wanted to.
But that is a very different kind of scenario. And there's some theories as to why that is even happening, which is fascinating to me.
Yes, because now we're talking about it. Like my understanding is, I'm sorry, I know that we meant to focus on the Burish case in a moment, but now we had the military abduction or MILABs or MILABs that people call it. So my understanding is so far, like I didn't look into deep, but I'm aware of several cases, is that normally the existent abductees, so certain people already has had like an abduction scenario. They were taken on board, whatever, if there was a test or they had healing or it doesn't matter. They were on board. There seemed to be an actual abduction by little grays. Perhaps at the background, I heard there was like these mantis figures or even the reptilian faces at the background. I hear these stories, but then later, as it happens, is what I understand is understanding is that these people might report it through MUFON, that might go through the CIA's database, and the CIA might get interested or some part of these deep military groups, and they perhaps working closely with the FBI, or maybe they just look like FBI people or whatever. But what my understanding is that they are interested in these abductees, that why these, the aliens, ETs, whatever, that are actually interested of these people, and perhaps they want those implants out so they can test on them. So they try to, well, it's a military abduction, we could call it. They try to abduct them where they might recall that actually humans are there as well. So, but sometimes, as you said, that grays and humans, so which suggests that they also work together. So it's like super weird. Is that right, or am I too
Yeah,
far?
I'll take issue with a minor point that you started off with. Many of these people never spoke publicly to where it would tip the hand of the FBI or CIA.
Mm-hmm.
There seemed to be a number of cases where they were aware of the abductions happening to these people, irregardless of them speaking publicly, which some of them have never spoken publicly.
So that's even worse then.
Yeah, no, that suggests a very deep kind of cooperation or knowledge. And this is where the people like, I'm not sure who Dan Sherman is, but Dan Sherman, the gentleman was hired for his ability to tap into the resulting abductees' pain thresholds and things like this, where it seems like there was a monitoring of certain abductees and that they were aware of certain people who were going to be taken. So, and also what I believe is happening, and this is just a theory of mine. It's steeped in a lot of grounded evidence, but I share Melinda Leslie's theory that based on all of her research, it seems like they're using abductees as a means of understanding what the aliens are teaching them. So they're almost using they're using the abductee as an intermediary to get intelligence out of what the aliens are teaching them. Because many abductees are taught things like psi abilities during the abduction, or how to fly a craft, or how to use psychokinesis and other abilities that they're being taught. So if the military comes in and re-abducts these people and wants to know, because quite often a military abduction is very much a dark episode. It's full of interrogation. It's full of threats. They need the information out of the abductee in no uncertain terms. They don't care about humanity. They want the information. They want the data. They want the understanding of what's being taught. And that is a very interesting dynamic in terms of that relationship that the military may have with the phenomenon and aliens that maybe they don't have the direct connection with, but they use the abductee through that process. It's very interesting. I have some great cases on just that scenario alone. Some people I've spoken to, some I've seen the evidence of their surveillance being done on them, their wiretaps. I was actually followed after speaking to one of these people. and I had my phones tapped. It's a very unique kind of scenario. But yeah, that's there's so many avenues once you get into this subject.
Yeah, I know.
So
okay.
this is not a vertical subject.
If you have so many cases, perhaps we can focus on like another show or another interview just on that, because I'm aware of several cases, like I said, but not perhaps as close as you are, that you personally investigated. Okay, one more question, please. Sorry,
sure.
Before we get into the Denverish case, because this is kind of like a current thing, the age of disclosure. Have you watched it?
I have, yes.
And so I've done a reaction video. I never done a reaction video. I'm not the kind of person, I do like documentaries and try to do interviews with well-known people around the world. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to do it, because in Hungarian, so, and my feeling was that it's like, there is a lot of things missing from this movie, and it's beautiful and it's great. Of course, it's a very good movie. The music, everything is good, but
production value is really good. Yes.
Yes, but it doesn't feel like the citizen disclosure. It's more like a government disclosure. The kind of like. So this is it, and that's it. And to me, the weirdest part was that the movie wasn't even out, and then Farah was straight on CNN, and the CNN guy was like, CNN, like, do you see Richard Dolan on CNN or Michael Schrott or yeah, you don't. So or even James Fox, like, if you're talking about documentary filmmakers, like, you don't really see people on CNN.
No, you don't. Yeah.
And it was like straight, like, oh yeah, you're gonna win this is gonna be an award-winning documentary. I'm like, it's good, but I think there are better ones out there. Moment of Contact, The Phenomenon. These documentaries never reached the CNN.
Unidentified anomalous phenomenon, what we used to call UFOs, are real. They are spying on and interfering with nuclear and military activity. They have crashed on Earth, and their non-human bodies have been recovered. And the U.S. government has been covering it all up for decades. Those are the arguments featured in The Age of Disclosure, which is a serious contender in the Oscar race for Best Documentary. It debuts this Friday in some theaters and on Amazon Prime. And it features a bipartisan group of 34 senior members of the U.S. government, military, and intelligence communities, all of whom go on the record claiming to have direct knowledge of UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena. Joining us now to discuss is Dan Farah. He's the director of The Age of Disclosure. So first of all, let me say I saw it last night, and it is riveting and fascinating. Congratulations. This is a subject that we've covered on the show, but you really, this is above and beyond.
Thank you.
The Secretary of State, then a senator, goes on the record there to provide a window into how deeply hidden this knowledge really may be.
Yeah, that Rubio clip sums up how significant the cover-up is. Every one of the 34 intelligence, military, and government officials I interviewed told me that not only is the public kept in the dark, but Congress is kept in the dark, and all sitting presidents have been kept in the dark.
So in the documentary, a number of officials go on the record to reveal a UAP crash retrieval program where technologies and even, quote, non-human biologics have been recovered. Officials say there is a secret war between the U.S., China, and Russia to try and reverse engineer some of these alien technologies from these crashed UAPs. How big are the national security implications here?
They couldn't be bigger. So this race, this secret Cold War race that our nation is in with adversarial nations to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin, the stakes are far, far greater than the atomic race. One of the interview subjects refers to it as the Manhattan Project on steroids. This technology could be used to cause significant destruction, but it could also be used to revolutionize the way we live. So there's a lot of pros and cons to this race.
One pretty shocking revelation is how these beings, whatever they are, have allegedly interacted and spied on nuclear and military sites. Here's a quick clip from the documentary.
We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours.
They have both deactivated and activated nuclear weapons with both the United States and Russia.
These are otherworldly things that are performing maneuvers that haven't been seen.
The UAP activity surrounding nuclear weapons is not a historic issue. It's an ongoing issue.
And there are individual testaments from people talking about UAPs that they saw hovering over nuclear missile silos. It's terrifying.
There's been reoccurring activity over our nuclear weapons sites in this country and other countries, and over our most classified military bases all over the world. And obviously that's concerning, because even if you are someone who can't wrap your head around the fact that this is non-human intelligent life and we don't know what their intentions are, the alternative is it's an adversarial nation penetrating our most secure airspace. Those are your choices.
Right, but I mean, as Rubio has said in your documentary and has said publicly as well, the Russians and the Chinese are not centuries ahead of us when it comes to this technology.
No. Secretary Rubio makes it clear in the film, as do others, that we do not know where these UAP come from.
Yeah.
But there is absolutely no reason to believe they are from the United States or another nation state.
So it's called the age of disclosure because you're basically saying we are at the very beginning now of this new age where this is accepted, no longer mocked, no longer stigmatized. So where are we going to be, do you think, in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years on this issue?
I think that the officials speaking up in this film are kicking off an era where the U.S. government's going to step up and officially make it known that we're not alone in the universe and that the U.S. intends to lead the way on this. I think you're going to see a lot of legislation start to get full support in the House and Senate to drive us towards legal disclosure of what can be shared comfortably with the public. I think we're entering an era of unprecedented transparency and disclosure, and I think it has to happen now, as the film reveals, because the stakes couldn't be higher. We are in a very significant, high-stakes Cold War race with China and Russia, most notably China, and we know their intentions are not great.
Yeah.
And it's important that we actually win this race and lead in this new era.
And everyone is talking about this, that, oh, Trump must say something. Like now Trump is going to say something. Really? Why? There's hundreds of documentaries out there, right? Like he was never interested in. So anyways, what do you think? Is it like disclosure?
Well, first of all, I do share the perspective of a lot of seasoned followers of the subject, that this was meant for the general public.
Yeah.
And of course, we bring a more critical eye to it, which makes sense.
Yeah.
And that being said, I think it's a very arresting series of high-level people. It is. It does draw your attention, even if you're an ardent skeptic, that you can't deny the level of expertise and seasoned military, government, and intelligence expertise that these people hold and are willing to go on camera and acknowledge this.
Yeah.
That I get. And I don't want to bag on the film, because 90% of it I'm very on board with. But there's two things for me that struck me as something that Dan Farah, I think, did not consider.
Mm-hmm.
He framed the entire film as a United States government related issue.
Mm-hmm.
Not one of those people was from another government entity outside of the United States, nor were they from any other military from any other country. So he kept it all within the US, which I think to a skeptic, they're going to think, oh, this is all about a US issue. It's not. You and I know this is a worldwide issue.
Yes.
Aliens don't use GPS. They'll go wherever they feel like going. This subject is worldwide. That was not put across. The other thing is, I think Dan missed a colossal opportunity to round out the film by creating a call of action. The film builds up such a momentum around the idea that this is something we should all be focused on. But at the end, there's nothing left for us to do. If he would have ended it by giving us a website to contribute our opinions, going here to write your congressman, do something that gives a sense of opportunity and purpose to the viewers, would have been a great opportunity. So that I missed. Now, on the other thing you said, I do carry with me this idea that something this successful has a mysterious potential conspiracy side to it. You're right. On one hand, it's very strange that to me that so easily Dan Farah is on all the major media here in the United States.
Yeah.
All of them, every one of them, all of the biggest he's been on so far, every one of them. But I also have to acknowledge, okay, he was somebody who has a background that has worked with Spielberg and has a major name brand movie that's been out there, Ready Player One. So that could give permission to the major media that they're speaking to somebody who's not a UFO quack. Now, granted, there's many other movies that you and I would agree, there's aspects of many other movies that are better.
Yeah.
But I ride the line a little bit. Like I see it through two filters. I'm going to see how this plays out because I do believe there is a conscious effort to try to slow drip society into framing how to see this subject.
Yeah.
I do not believe it will ever happen that Trump or any president will say anything. It's too disruptive. And the moment he says that, it will open far too many doors the day after about what we have to question about this subject now. Because it implicates so many people in cooperating with the deception. Because if he acknowledges it's real, we just heard NASA last year, the head of NASA say there's nothing to this.
The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin. But we don't know what these UAP are.
So hold on, who's not speaking to who? This opens up a big problem if the president speaks openly. So I don't think he will.
So you don't think that Trump is the disclosure president, as they call him sometimes?
Listen, like a lot of people, I think if there was one, it would be him because he carries that kind of renegade, not cut from the same cloth as any other president, kind of ego. He wants to leave a mark. I get that. And I could see that aspect. But I think no matter what kind of president you are here in the United States, you have to answer to your cabinet members, your advisors, and a subterranean level of people that we don't know who he speaks to, that have to advise him what he can and can't say.
All right. Thank you for your...
We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Yeah. I mean, even if he just says, like, he's probably not going to mention that, these little guys, they can take you, from your bed or from your car anytime, whatever you want it or not, and you can't do anything about it. They can go through walls and ceilings, and they're not going to say that. But they might say, I think, because it seems like that's the way it's been pushed to me. It looks like that probably he might say, yeah, we are not alone, and that's it. Or probably it's not even him. He might maybe just one of the spokesperson that Trump said that, I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, who knows? By the way, just a final thought. The other thing you had mentioned about the film that, and something I thought was missing as well as anybody involved in the subject is the lack of communicating about abduction.
Yeah, there was.
So I understand that it's a hard pill to swallow, so to speak. That term, it's difficult to comprehend, and that Dan probably deliberately pulled back on that. So that's something obviously missing. But I'm sympathetic. I kind of see his point. If there was to be a follow-up where he dives into some of the other aspects of the phenomenon, that would be great. I've not heard of any such thing thus far that there's any follow-up. So
the only thing that is suggested anything to do about, like an abduction or onboard experience is when I think in the movie Dr. Harputov was saying that, that's why when people, how he phrased it, that's why when there are some people report being inside the UFO, they have missing time, something like that. But that was, he wasn't, he wasn't mentioning experiencer, abductee, or any of these words. But I was probably thinking about, it made me think that he's not talking about engineers trying to reverse engineer the craft, but more like experiencers being on board. All right. Okay. So thank you. Yeah, sorry about this chit chat. You want to start the your slides?
How did you want me to? Where did you want to go next with this? Did you want me to present my full presentation, or did you want to have a dialogue about it? Or how did you want me to?
Yeah, I've seen many times your presentation, and actually before your presentation, I went through many of these Dr. Denberish story. You know, actually, I've got a colleague who made like a small documentary on this, like a one-hour documentary on this back in Hungary. I was helping her, like, you know, providing similar references like Ron C. Garner, Michael Schratt, Paula Harris, Bill Hamilton, who else, like what I remember. And at the time, I wasn't really into, you know, Hungarian scientists, but now I'm, you know, it's not a secret that I'm working on, you know, collecting Hungarian scientists, like, and their involvement in back in the day in reverse engineering or even crash retrievals, and then, but I like to rewatch sometimes Dan's interviews, you know, like with Carrie Cassidy and what was that, Bill Ryan, and because, you know, the subject is so deep and there's so much to look at here, and then just remembered, oh, he mentioned Teller as well. In fact, Teller was paying his education, so I'm like,
yes.
But anyway, sorry, I'm
No, you're right. Yeah.
Don't make me talk, please. You're supposed to be. You're supposed to be. Yeah. So if you're okay with that, if you can go through your presentation, and then maybe I would ask, like, sometimes if I can stop you. Is that all right, or should I just take notes in the end? And
no, that is fine. I will at this point then bring it up, and as you know, just to preface this, as you know, and but maybe the others who are watching this who are not aware, I created this presentation initially because I got such a critical mass of information about Dan's story that I decided to not keep it to myself, but to then go and reach out to the seasoned investigators who worked on this story. And first I found out that my good friend Bill Hamilton had passed in 2014. So sadly, I could not reach back out to him. But I met with Linda Howe and sat down with her and went through this whole presentation. And then I met with Paula Harris. I met with Lorianne Fenton. I met with Ross Coulthart. I met with quite a few others. And all of them who were deeply, excuse me?
Michael Schratt.
Michael Schratt, yes, him as well. I met with him at Contact in the Desert out here, which is going to come up next year again.
I'm going for that one.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I will look forward to meeting you then.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, great. Make sure to get your hotel now because it's better pricing right now.
Yeah, no, I think it's from 27th. I think it's supposed to be tickets now. So
yeah, it's available now.
Yeah.
Well, great. Then we'll pick up the conversation then.
Yeah.
But I got the input, and Bill Ryan as well. I got their input. Like they don't know why this went dark. Either this says a lot about ufology and their ability to believe everything that George Knapp says, because George Knapp was a big critic of Dan's and wrote a story in UFO magazine. And
he still is a bit like against his case, right?
Oh, not just a little bit, Sabi.
No?
He was asked at Contact in the Desert last year by a friend of mine in person on stage, have you looked into the latest findings of Dan Burish? And he was quick to criticize this person for even asking that question. Like, of course, the guy's a fraud. It's like, well, you know, I mean, he's a scientist. Oh, he's not a scientist. Well, the heck, he's not a scientist. He spoke at Caltech. Oh, he did not speak at Caltech. Okay, these are a matter of fact. So I don't know why he's digging his heels in. I don't know why he wrote the article the way he did. And most people that know his investigative prowess and the way he investigates, this did not fit it. This was a smear campaign. And for some reason, I think a lot of people in the UFO community decided if George says there's nothing to it, there's nothing to it.
When you were at Contact and you asked George about Dan, he got really upset. Would you say he got upset? How would you characterize his response? I don't want to.
Yeah, he got edgy. He got really edgy. And he again tried to create all these disparaging comments about him. But for me, actually, Clint, the thing that really was more striking was the conversation that I had with him after the presentation.
Can you talk about that? What happened?
So I was the second person to ask this question, and there was no open discussion. It was very, no, he's a fraud, and all these reasons why. And then so then the question was over, and there were other questions that went on, and then after the interview, the whole presentation was over. I'm in the front row, and I'm packing up my backpack, and I hear this, hey, if you have any other evidence, please bring it forward. I'd like to know what it is. And it's George from the stage calling out to me.
That had to feel weird.
And I'm looking around like, is someone talking to me? And it's George from the stage calling me, telling me that, and he's come now to the edge of the stage. And I now have come off my seat, and I'm approaching him slightly because he's talking to me. And I said, well, there is a lot of evidence. I'd love to connect with you. And, my goal was to share with him Brian's website and just to go through it. But every time I would bring something that might, be something that might be of value, he cut it down. And, it became this conversation that went nowhere. And I ended up saying, look, George, I don't want to upset you anymore. I seem to have upset you. I am so sorry. Can we just, hug and take a photo together? And
hug it out.
We did. He gave me his card. I have contacted him since then. I've not heard a response from him. But the question that remains, if Dan Barish is really a nobody, then why the constant need to defend the need? I mean, I've been in contact with other journalists, and their approach is really different. They really talk about the evidence, but that wasn't the case with George. It was really more about his character. And so there's something going on, and I just would love to get to the bottom of it.
Couple that with the fact that frankly, Dan was talking about stuff that sounded so fantastic back in the day. It was hard to justify and get your head around it, which now we're hearing more and more people that are saying things as whistleblowers that kind of tap into things he was talking about back then. So it's time to reevaluate.
Yeah.
So that's why I decided to be open now, take this presentation, and I read I read through the presentation, my words the way I want them to be said. That's why I speak the same way each time. Now, this presentation I'm giving today actually has some new information put into it.
Oh, nice.
So I'm using it as a kind of fluid deck of a means of keeping the story going, keeping new data added. It's not a story that I think is frozen in time and there's nothing to it anymore. I think it's still evolving. So I'd be happy to give you the presentation.
Yes, please. Yes, thank you. By the way, yes, great job with the British Archives website. Well, we're going to talk about it later anyway, so it's very
great.
Very
yes,
nice.
And I have something that just broke that I had just uploaded there. That's going to be exciting for everybody to know about, but we'll talk about it later.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to need to share screen.
Yeah.
So share. I need to send you a request for that first.
Yeah. Allowed it.
All right. So here's how the presentation goes. Dan Barish was at the heart of controversy in the early 2000s, but by 2008, his presence had significantly diminished within the broader UFO research community. Today, he's virtually absent from the current conversations on the phenomenon. I've titled this Refocusing the Dan Barish Story because I believe that his claims remain deeply significant. The biology of a living captive extraterrestrial, technologies that revealed potential future timelines, and most importantly, alleged agreements with multiple species agreements that may be critical to humanity's preparation for a coming catastrophe. For a while, I stepped away from focused study within ufology, but the depth of what's at stake demands renewed attention to his story. Here's the overview. I'm going to be providing broad strokes of the story, Dan's early life growing up, how I came in contact with this case, corroboration and verified documentation, about the secret S4 facility and its protocols, recent substantiation and further support, and then recap and the implications if true. My friend Bill Ryan summed this up perfectly. Stories like this are incredibly complex. But for me, this unique case does yield one significant gem, a rare find with any insider or whistleblower claim. That is an overwhelming amount of material to study, hardly the result of a hoax, fraud, or as one journalist wrote about Dan, a phony baloney goofball. I contend that some people drew conclusions about him far too early, or they are driven by an agenda. Let's clear this up early. The last name Crane and Burish are used as a last name for Dan in this presentation. Some have wrongly taken this as evidence of deceit. But in truth, Dan legally changed his name to Burish in 1995 after marrying Deborah K. Burish, honoring her stepdaughter's wishes to keep the name. After the divorce in 2007, he reverted back to Crane. But most of the material I'll discuss occurred during the Burish period, which is how he's best known. Here's the main points of the story. Dan began his biological studies in 1982 at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. While there, in 1986, at age 22, he was recruited by the U.S. government to work on classified programs. As his security clearance increased, the U.S. Navy co-funded his doctoral studies for his PhD in microbiology and molecular genetics from the State University of New York. Dan completed his degree and received his PhD in 1989. He worked under Majestic on Project Aquarius, eventually becoming the working group leader in the study of a living extraterrestrial entity being housed in a special environmental clean sphere at the Papoose S4 facility south of Groom Lake, Nevada. This work eventually granted him rare access into world-altering technologies and information, ultimately leading to his placement within the Majestic group, who also quietly influenced decisions affecting all of humanity without the public's awareness. The MJ-12 leader at the time, and whom was designated MJ-1, was U.S. Vice Admiral John Mike McConnell. He served 29 years in the military. He was former Vice Admiral of the United States Navy. He served as director of the National Security Agency from 1992 to 1996, and as the United States Director of National Intelligence from February 2007 to January 2009 during the Bush administration and the first week of the Obama administration. But for reasons too complicated to summarize here, he and Dan were very close, and this bond would yield tremendous benefits and privileges while Dan was on the program. McConnell and Dr. Edward Tellard played a crucial role in recruiting Dan into Project Aquarius. A significant part of this program was conducted at Groom Lake, Nevada, commonly known as Area 51, but now renamed Air Force Test Center Detachment 3. Project Aquarius was initiated in 1953 to study extraterrestrial life forms, and in Dan's case, an individual species known as a J-rod. This J-rod was one of two kept alive from the infamous Kingman, Arizona crash of 1953.
1953. május 18. UFO kényszerleszállás Kingman, Arizona. A következő eset Kingman, Arizona államban történt. Az esemény hitelességének kulcsa Harry Drew kutatása és tanúvallomása. Drew hosszú időn keresztül vizsgálta ezt az esetet, és beszélt Wendell Stevens ezredessel, aki állítólag részt vett az UFO visszaszerzési akcióban. Az ügy egyik döntő eleme egy jellegzetes piramis alakú sziklaformáció, amelyről Stevens beszélt, mivel ez nagyon fontos helyszíni jel volt. Drew végül megtalálta ezt a sziklaformációt az arizonai Kingman sivatagban, teljesen megfelelve Stevens leírásának. aláírásának. Enélkül a kulcsfontosságú bizonyíték nélkül sokkal kevesebb hitelességgel rendelkezne ez az eset. A Kingman eset 1953. május 18-án történt, és fontos megjegyezni, hogy itt nem egy becsapódásról van szó, hanem egy kényszerleszállásról, amelyben a jármű teljesen épen maradt. Az eset fő forrásai Wendell Stevens ezredes és Harry Drew. Raymond Fowler interjút készített a fő szemtanúval, Arthur G. Stankill atomtudóssal, aki a Wright-Patterson légierőbázis légimateriál parancsnokságán dolgozott, dr. Eric Lang különleges tanulmányok részlegénél. Stankill volt az elsődleges szemtanú, aki elindította ezt az egész történetet. Raymond Fowler, aki még ma is él, egy mélyen gondolkodó és intelligens UFO-kutatók egyike, aki figyelemre méltó kaliberű kutatómunkát végzett az interjúkkal, így különösen jelentős, hogy ilyen színvonalú személyiség foglalkozott az esettel. A jármű 9 méter átmérőjű és 4 méter magas volt, külső kerülete mentén számos nyílással. Az alsó részén egy kis bejárati ajtó volt, és a felülete szálcsiszolt alumíniumnak tűnt, körülbelül 15 fokos szögben, 50 cm mélyen volt a homokba ágyazódva, amikor rátaláltak. A katonaság 4 humanoid alakot talált a jármű közelében. Harry Drew szerint az egyik lény a többiek előtt állt, és láthatóan ő volt az irányító. A katonai vezetés és ez a parancsnok közötti kommunikáció során az irányító azt mondta, csak akkor megyünk önökkel, ha nem választanak el minket egymástól. Ez volt a fő kérése a visszaszerzési csapattal folytatott beszélgetés során. Harry Drew szerint a lények magassága az ő válláig értek, szemeik kissé távolabb helyezkedtek el, mint a mieink, és az álluk hegyes volt. Humanoidabb kinézetűek voltak, de nem hasonlítottak a tipikus szürke lényekre. Arthur Stankill, az egyik fő szemtanú, a motorok tesztelésében és robbanások épületekre gyakorolt hatásainak vizsgálatában szerzett tapasztalatot. Szakértő volt a repülőgépek leszálló szerkezetének területén is. 1953-ban az atombomba kísérletekhez kapcsolódó nevadai tesztterületen dolgozott, ami időben egybeesik a Kingmani esettel. Éjszaka volt, és 40 tudós érkezett az Indian Springs repülőtérről, akik felszálltak egy IM-3301-es modellű buszra. A hosszú utazást földutakon tették meg a Kingmani baleset helyszínére. Amikor megérkeztek, azt látták, hogy a jármű körülbelül 15 fokos szögben beágyazódott a homokba. A járműre 2 reflektor világított, ahogy az illusztráción is látható. A bejárati ajtó ívelt volt, körülbelül 1 méter magas és 50 cm széles, és egyáltalán nem voltak rajta zsanérok. A tudósoknak elmondták, hogy a jármű anyaga minősített információ volt, tehát titokban tartották, hogy pontosan miből készült. Nem tudni, hogyan állapították ezt meg, de ez volt az a tájékoztatás, amit a tudósok kaptak. A tudósok képessége bizonyos anyagok előállítására, talán még a hajtómű technológiánál is jelentősebb lehetett, a fejlett anyagtudomány értéke felbecsülhetetlen volt, így természetesen minősített információként kezelték. A buszról egyesével a szakterületük alapján hozták ki őket. A 40 tudós egyenként 1 órát töltött a helyszínen, majd hajnal előtt visszaindultak. Gyorsan, talán csak az adott szakterületüknek megfelelő részletekre tekintve kaptak rövid betekintést, és utána visszatértek a buszra. A visszaúton mindegyiküknek jobb kezét emelve esküt kellett tennie, hogy nem beszélnek az esetről. Egyikük bekukucskált a nyitott bejáraton, amelyből halvány fény szűrődött ki, és azonnal megfedték érte. A következő lépés a visszaszerzési művelet volt. A 15-20 fokos szögben megdőlt korong alakú járműhöz az amerikai hadsereg mérnöki hadteste egy M25 tankszállítót hozott hosszú 18 kerekes utánfutóval. Ez a jármű Camp Irwinből érkezett, és fagerendákból készítettek egy bölcsőt, amelybe a csészehaj alakú járművet elhelyezték. A bölcsőben a jármű még mindig 15 fokos szögben maradt, tehát nem állt teljesen vízszintesen. Ezután megkezdték a terület kiürítését, majd a Hoover Gát felé indultak, hogy átkeljenek a Colorado folyón. Mivel a jármű átmérője körülbelül 9 méter volt, a Hoover Gát úton található világító testek akadályozták volna a haladását, és mivel forgalom is volt, nem szerették volna túlságosan feltűnővé tenni a műveletet. Ezért úgy döntöttek, hogy a gáttól a körülbelül 100 méterre északra található átkelőhelyre térnek, hogy ott keljenek át a Colorado folyón. Most elképzelheted a jelenetet, hogy egy M25 tankszállító szállítja a fagerendákból épített bölcsővel tartva egy 9 méter átmérőjű, 4 méter magas, csésze-alj alakú járművet. Mindez éjszaka zajlott és kaotikus volt a helyzet. Kiabáltak és káromkodtak, mert sietniük kellett, hogy ne hívják fel magukra a figyelmet. A Colorado folyó átkeléshez egy kábelt feszítettek át, és egy uszályt hívtak le a folyón. A tankszállítót rátolták az uszályra, és megkezdték az átkelést, ám a kábel elszakadt. Az uszály körülbelül 60 métert sodródott a folyón, és Harry Drew szerint a korong alakú jármű külső pereme a Hoover gát északi falának ütközött. Elképzelhető, hogy a mai napig található egy karcolás vagy horpadás a gáton, ami részben igazolhatná a visszaszerzési műveletet. Végül egy újabb kábellel folytatták, és sikerült átkelniük a folyón. Harry Drew elmondása szerint a járművet egy távoli létesítménybe, Groom Lakehez szállították.
One was sent to Los Alamos National Laboratory to a facility nicknamed Sweetness, and one transferred to Area 51, and one eventually relocated to the Papoose S4 facility, located 12 miles southwest of the main Groom Lake base. S4 is a highly classified subterranean facility in a remote area of the desert, extending 5 levels deep. The facility itself is meticulously camouflaged, reinforcing the deep secrecy of the program. Within the lowest level of the complex, a specialized chamber was constructed to maintain the precise environmental conditions necessary for the J-Rod's survival. Dan's responsibilities required direct interaction with the being, primarily for biological tissue sampling and genetic studies. Dan, along with his associate, Dr. Arthur Price, made significant advances in developing a unique sequencing technique for DNA of one type of alien species that would ultimately reveal another type, the J-Rod, and its connection to our future human lineage. And this being was unquestionably a time traveler. The being was suffering from a peripheral neuropathy, a congenital condition caused by muscle atrophy, difficulty walking, and an inability to regulate body temperature due to a lack of antifreeze glycoproteins, of which Dan was an expert. Dan would ultimately learn that factions within the US government held long-term agreements with various other life forms beyond the J-Rods, and that these agreements are revisited every 9 years. Who here remembers David Grush not responding in the negative when asked twice by Ross Coulthard if we have agreements with NHI?
Grush has written an internal document about his discoveries that refers to agreements that risk putting our future in jeopardy. And it's quite clear that you're talking about agreements between America and non-human intelligences. Have we made agreements with non-human intelligences?
That's the kind of information I really hope national leadership is able to get to the bottom of.
I need to pin you down on this. Are there agreements between non-human intelligences and the American government?
I think that's a question that I would like to know all the details of as well.
Yeah.
This revelation is one of the most significant takeaways of this presentation, as I believe these agreements still influence the current disclosure movement and quite possibly current major geopolitical decisions worldwide. One of the most extraordinary technologies at the time within the S4 Papoose facility was the looking glass device, along with the Orion Cube. Both allowed for glimpses into future events and the ability to foresee outcomes in advance. Information obtained from these devices was critical, revealing potential future catastrophes, details about certain J-Rod's actions that could lead to a potential downfall in 2012, and indicating that humanity's unity and a rise in consciousness might be vital for survival during a period of transition. The Orion Cube required specially trained individuals who could emotionally connect with the device.
Mm-hmm.
To serve the evolving needs of the MJ-12 group, later renamed the Committee of the Majority, one of the treaty agreements with non-human intelligences mandated the eventual disclosure of their existence to the world. This was intended to prepare humanity for extraterrestrial contact and mitigate potential catastrophic consequences. Ethical considerations, concerns over genetic implications, and the need to ensure a balanced future for humanity further reinforce the urgency of this initiative. Eventually, as a result, Dan was elevated to an entry-level position within Majestic that served multiple strategic purposes. One, it enhanced his public credibility and perception for disclosure. Two, it facilitated negotiations and diplomatic efforts, both foreign and domestic, to guide humanity's future. And three, and most importantly, positioned him as the face of disclosure, allowing him to speak openly about his background and education. However, it was later revealed that Dan harbored deep resentment toward Majestic for selecting him for this role. While he honored their wishes, Dan never wanted to be the public face of disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
So it's now abundantly clear that these extraordinary claims must be weighed against substantive evidence. We don't have the privilege of accessing the facilities where Dan worked, participating in shadowy conversations, or witnessing what he experienced firsthand. But a common method of researching for evaluating such claims is to gather as much intelligence as possible about the individual making them. Is he truly who he claims to be? Did he work where he says he did? Were there others who can corroborate his story? And what conclusions have other investigators reached after examining his claims? But to begin, let's take a closer look at who Dan Burish is. Dan Burish grew up in Linwood, California. His parents were John and Doreen Crane. His mother was a telex operator, and his father worked for the Purex company in Southgate. And important to establish early on is that in 1973, when Dan was 8 years old, he had an abduction episode while playing catch with his grandfather near their home at Mayboyer Park. Dan witnessed a chevron-shaped craft and had missing time for hours. Years later, Dan came to understand that he had been abducted by occupants of a UFO and intellectually enhanced for a specific purpose related to his future work for the U.S. government.
You know, I'm trying to be honest and at the same time tell people, because apparently it's happened to me, that it's okay.
That apparently
that they were
what's
abducted and that it's happened.
Okay, apparently what has happened to you?
Well, in 1973, I was playing in a park in Southern California in Mayboyer Park, and this is going to probably come out in one or more of the versions of the debriefing with me. I was playing baseball with my grandpa in the park, and I was having him throw me a ball so I could catch it over my shoulder. I was trying to run away at the same time that he would throw the ball so I could try to catch the ball like Willie Mays' famous catches. During one of these throws of the ball, I remember looking up toward the sun, because it was high in the sky at the time. It was summertime. And glancing away because the sun was blinding me, looking down toward the grass, which was very bright green at the time, and then seeing a flash where the grass appeared to turn black. I appeared, from my perspective, I was covered in a shadow. The shadow reminded me of a triangular bat kite that I had played with my grandfather over the riverbed nearby. And that's the way I basically was able to describe it at the time. I was, 9? I was 9 at the time. Then I remember a flash. Immediately, there's a disjoint memory of this. It's not contiguous. Where I saw my grandfather sitting over by a tree, several yards away from me. And the sun had clearly moved in its aspect to me, so time had clearly passed. The earth had moved and time had passed. At least several hours had passed. He was very shook up. I ran over to him, asked him what happened, and he didn't want to talk about it. He said, "You're okay now, and he wanted to go home. So he walked me home immediately over the overpass over Del Amo Boulevard, and we went home. This precipitated a major domestic upset between my grandparents and my mom and dad. Ultimately, this domestic upset resulted in my grandparents moving out. At around that same time, I was having unusual dreams. And in the dream, I would wake up. Do I think that there were probably dreams now? No.
So so you were abducted in something that you don't remember the details of. Is that the actual experience once?
Yeah, I told you what the actual memory of it from my boyhood. That is it. Now I remember possibly, and I'm not sure over the years whether this was confabulation or not, because I was a boy at the time. I think I remember seeing a tall person, like if you take a movie frame, like one frame, like a flash of a still picture, like an iconic memory almost, of a tall person standing next to him at the tree.
Next to your grandpa.
My grandpa, yeah.
Okay.
And he refused until the day he passed to discuss what happened. He would become extremely agitated. And John and Dodie for certain, who had many conversations with him, and maybe even John would...
this is your father and mother you're talking about.
They're my mom and dad that I grew up with. Now, I've learned certain things about my family since then that are really neither here nor there, having to do with who was actually biological father and biological mother and things like that. But they were my mom and dad. They're my mom and dad. I mean, they're the mom and dad that I remember growing up with, and I... But
they are not MJ1.
No.
Okay, but
no.
And MJ1, somehow this abduction your experience seemed to have resulted in you becoming or being viewed as the son of MJ1. Is that correct?
Right. What happened is this. I also learned of what happened to me from Kaela, the J-Rod that I met at S4. He showed me from his perspective what had happened to me in 1973. I saw myself being pulled by my chest upward off the surface of the park. I saw my grandfather going like this and basically panicking, crying, because he wasn't able, my grandpa was very protective of me, and he wasn't able to protect me. And now I understand, God bless him, why he was so upset. The one person in his whole life that he knew that he would protect, that he loved that much to protect, he couldn't at that moment. And I understand why he was so upset. But the J-Rod showed me what happened to me, that I was picked up and that I was laid down on a table in some sort of a craft. And that this craft was a generally chevron-shaped, almost triangular shaped craft. And I was laid down next to a series of young people, one of which was in fact the son of the former MJ1. Something went wrong during the course of my time on board the craft when samples were being taken of me for their studies. And the son of the former MJ1 died. During that time, they put some sort of equipment on me. It almost looked like EEG type, a neural net, if you will, of receivers, probes, electrodes, if you will, on me. And they were trying to save, desperately trying to save, and I could see the movement of the J-rods around this other boy. And I know what he looked like and all of that, because I was seeing it through the eyes of Kaela. They were trying to save him, and he ultimately passed. During that time, apparently they were trying with whatever technology that they employ to save the boy by storing him. That Kaela was with the P-45s at the time. These were P-45 1,000 J-rods. And they looked at us, and they look at us as no more than containers or cylinders almost like beakers full of material, of electromagnetic material. And so they were trying to store his energy, if you will. Right. Marcia suggested the word vessels. Right. They were trying to store him for a while, I guess, in me. Now, my memory of myself at the time was a rather dull boy that liked to play baseball and with G.I. Joes and things like that. The record of me at the time was that I had an okay acuity in science. That's what the elementary school teachers were saying. I don't remember having acuity like that in science, and there's a disjoint in my own story of myself because of this. Because after I was put down back in the park, over the course of the next couple of years, there were changes in me. But then again, there should have been, because I was growing up. But there was a substantive intellectual change in me, where I was no longer interested in those same things of my youth. Was that maturation? Probably some of it. Was it a change as a result of what was done with me on board the craft? The Majestic thinks so. Thinks that it had something to do with that other boy, because that other boy was known as very bright in the sciences. And all of a sudden, true enough, I got a hankering for Erlenmeyer flasks and boiling flasks and microscopes that I had never had before.
After this experience, Dan suddenly had an interest in the sciences, especially microscopy, and soon he was gifted his first Tasco microscope for Christmas. Later, he would be taken under the wing of Dr. Jim Reynolds, the director of pathology from Long Beach Memorial Hospital in California, where he was taught the art and science of histology and medical microbiology. At 15, Dan became the youngest member of the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. During this time, elements within the U.S. government began to take notice of him. This type of monitoring is not unusual, as even today, the Navy actively promotes STEM and GATE education to cultivate young talent for future career opportunities, particularly within the military and defense sectors. Programs like the Office of Naval Research fund educational initiatives and research projects, often in collaboration with schools, universities, and scientific institutions. The government's interest was initially tentative, but noted his aptitude for recognizing and identifying patterns under magnification. Eventually, in college, during his last semester at UNLV, Dan was approached by 3 men who offered him employment in a secret biology-related program. After a significant time of testing, this led to his involvement in top secret black budget operations and eventual work under Majestic. The process of recruitment required a testing phase for Dan while attending UNLV. Dan was taken inside a mobile laboratory. His testing required examining slides of normal tissues. This process served as a rudimentary phase of the initial recruitment rounds to evaluate his foundational knowledge and aptitude in histology and pathology. For a short time while in the program, and while also pursuing his PhD, Dan was required to maintain a cover job. He worked as a probation officer for the state of Nevada, and occasionally he worked security at the Sahara, Fiesta, and Aladdin casinos. During this time, government agents would occasionally bring tissue samples of unknown origin to his office, along with a high-powered microscope for analysis. Dan's professors were informed that he was a student of, quote, special government interest, unquote. He received specialized learning modules from the State University of New York and was occasionally flown there for advanced studies under military escort. He also completed assignments and testing in Las Vegas. And Dan successfully defended his dissertation on his thesis entitled The Use of Hypochlorite Complexes on Malignant Tissue. and earned his doctorate in cellular biology in 1989. His professors from State University of New York were flown to Las Vegas to administer his final examination. Now, how I first discovered the story. I'd been studying UFO phenomenon since 1989. And in 2012, after taking several years away from active research to focus on raising my family, I decided to use my work's lunch hour to revisit some of the more controversial cases from the past. As I explored, I came across the testimony from Bill Uhas, an engineer from Los Alamos National Laboratory, who similarly claimed to have encountered a J-rod at that institution.
We had a long period of introduction into meeting, you know, say an EVE, an alien. And I called him J-Rod, of course that's what they called him, but that wasn't his, you know, I don't know if that was his real name or not, but that's the name that the linguist gave him, you know. So he knew J-Rod, you know. And I did draw a sketch of him when he was, before I left him in a meeting, but, and I provided it to some people, but that was my impression of what I saw.
How much individual contact did you have with him?
Oh, he used to come in with Teller and some of the other guys occasionally on questions that maybe we'd have, you know. But you got to understand that everything was, you know, specific to the group. If it wasn't specific to the group, you couldn't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so.
Need to know.
Need to know.
I discovered that veteran researcher Bill Hamilton was the principal investigator of the Burris story. He was highly respected by all in the UFO research community. Known for his rigorous investigative approach, consistently grounded in the scientific method, characterized by thorough research, data-driven analysis, and meticulous attention to verifying supporting material.
The official U.S. government policy and results of Project Aquarius is still classified top secret, with no dissemination outside official intelligence channels and with restricted access to MJ-12. Only this controversial document and one other UFO-related document found through the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, requests refer to a Project Aquarius. However, the existence of an umbrella project that covers the study of extraterrestrial biological life forms has again come to the foreground with veteran researcher Bill Hamilton. His investigation of microbiologist Dan Bursch has led to many interesting mysteries. This mysterious scientist claims to have worked under Project Aquarius at Papoose Mountain in an underground biological lab. Bursch confided in Hamilton that he was a working group leader who obtained over 200 tissue samples from a live extraterrestrial biological entity known as J-Rod. In his presentation for MUFON LA, Hamilton will present information in support of Dr. Bursch's claims. This exciting talk will include slides and video that examine recent findings in astrobiology, the physics of time travel, and UFO studies, together with information Hamilton has gleaned from 6 months of interviews with Dr. Bursch. In light of multiple sources of inside information, Hamilton has constructed a larger picture of the U.S. government's alleged interaction with alien beings. Bill Hamilton has been a respected researcher in the UFO field for 50 years. Among his published books are Space, Time, and Gravity, Center of the Vortex, which was published in '79, Close Encounters Report, Cosmic Top Secret, Alien Magic, The Phoenix Lights, and numerous magazine articles. An Air Force veteran who specialized in electronic technologies, Hamilton has also demonstrated a keen understanding of a variety of scientific genres. His formal studies have included psychology, physical science, and information technology. He is currently working on a book about time travel. If everybody would please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Bill Hamilton.
Thank you, Steve. This is, there's a good case for this man being who he is. And there is supporting evidence for this. There are a lot of things still that do not make sense. There are gaps, there are discrepancies, I admit this to you. But I feel fundamentally, at the core of this man's story, he is telling the truth. But only time will tell, and like he said, it is our future that matters here.
Since 1990, after I first attended one of his lectures, I made it a point to attend every talk he gave. Bill granted me special permission to record his lectures, allowing me to archive at least 20 of his talks. He and his wife, Pamela, and I remained close until he relocated to Phoenix in 1997. But important to this story is that he spoke at an event in Los Angeles in the year 2000, and I made sure to attend. He spoke about a fascinating document that had recently leaked on forums known as Q94-109A, allegedly originating from someone named B.J. Wolf. It was a highly scientific document detailing the study of an extraterrestrial being, describing its biological composition and its connection to human DNA. In the lecture, Bill said that B.J. was in communication with one of the document's authors, a scientist directly involved in the study. So now let's cut to 2012. I decided to revisit the controversial J-Rod story, despite the broader UFO research community having largely dismissed it as a hoax. But I was still at the time unaware of my friend Bill's connection to this story. Diving in, I discovered a vast amount of material to study. For instance, I found up to 16 videos of Dan, articles written about his claims by prominent researchers, radio interviews, and more. Therefore, I made a conscious decision to follow the story's unfolding from its inception to its conclusion. I began by watching the earliest video interview. The first interview of Dan was from September of 2002. And to my surprise, I instantly recognized my friend Bill's voice asking questions of Dan, and also referencing a woman off camera. He referred to her as BJ. Again, it's now 2012, and at that moment, everything clicked for me. I connected this detail to my earliest memory of Bill discussing the case back in 2000, and his liaison, quote, BJ, unquote. Now I was energized to uncover everything I could about this case, being inspired by Bill's work. Of note was Dan's rebellious personality, and always stepping over the line. Dan Burrish was scrutinized, monitored, censored, imprisoned, and beaten many times by operatives within Majestic. He was severely punished for unauthorized releases of information, specifically a book he co-authored in 1998 entitled Eagles Disobey, which discussed anomalies on Mars. His memory was manipulated in 1998 as a consequence of his rebelliousness related to the Eagles Disobey work. When memory, quote, conditioning, unquote, failed and his memories returned, he reportedly fled, was recaptured and resubjected to reconditioning. Suffice to say, beatings happened whenever he stepped out of line, but he was still an invaluable asset to the Aquarius program, so remaining alive was mandatory. By the way, this is Bill's book that chronicles all the details from his research. I recommend it, and it's still available on places like Amazon.com. Legendary multi-Emmy winning UFO investigator Linda Moulton Howe was also drawn to this case, contributing her research, especially in verifying Dan's academic credentials and testimony from interviews with Dan's parents, Briant and John, who both recalled the time their son agreed to begin working on classified government projects. They confirmed that on many occasions, Dan was picked up in front of their home by military escorts at all hours of the day and night, and for transportation to Area 51. Dan's mother once followed him and witnessed him boarding the plane at the Janet terminal at McCarran Airport that flies staff to Area 51. Here's the result of my research and the legacy efforts of other investigators. Dan worked at some of the most prestigious classified institutions and government laboratories, including the research facilities at Groom Lake, Dulce at Los Alamos, Brookhaven National Laboratory, and Lawrence Livermore Laboratories. He was also stationed in the Middle East during the first Gulf War, where he served as a defense biowarfare specialist. Most notably, from 1991 to 2006, he worked at Area 51 S4, where much of his classified research took place. Although today Dan is still alive and living in Canada, he remains under strict protection, surrounded by handlers, security, and also doctor assigned to ensure his well-being. As a result, direct contact with him is now virtually impossible. Admiral McConnell served as both mentor and protector to Dan, often described as a godfather-like figure in his life. In 2005, McConnell appointed Dan as to the seat representative number 9 within Majestic. I would learn of the significance of this seat from a 1.5-hour call I was allowed to have with Dan himself in 2018. It is claimed that McConnell's influence within Majestic and his high-ranking position in national security played a crucial role in allowing him to remain alive, especially given the unsettling details of how over 50 other Black Ops scientists and biologists had died under mysterious circumstances since the early 2000s. Dan claims to have been a member of all these associations listed here, but like many government contractors involved in Black programs, his records have been erased, at least from publicly accessible sources. And now I'm going to read to you something that has been verified to me as I believe true. I'm going to quote somebody here. The erasure of records is a common practice for individuals working on classified projects. It is typically called sheep dipping. This measure serves both as a protective mechanism for the individual and as a tool for plausible deniability if ever required. By systematically removing official documentation of a person's academic background, professional affiliations, and career history, it becomes nearly impossible for adversaries, whether foreign intelligence agencies or investigative journalists, to track, identify, or verify their expertise. This level of secrecy ensures that even if a name surfaces in connection with a sensitive program, there is no accessible paper trail linking them to classified work, effectively safeguarding both the individual and the integrity of the program itself. This is outlined in the paper written by Douglas C. Alvan entitled Sheep Dipped, the Historical Evolution of Covert Military Operations. Dr. Teller expressed interest in Dan's work while Dan was studying at UNLV and would later reach out to arrange further studies for him with State University of New York for his PhD. I did some investigating on my own and found that during Dan's education with State University of New York, William J. Lenars was Dan's supervisor, professor, and possibly the liaison with Dr. Teller. Dr. Lenars is an expert in glycoproteins and is a fellow of the American Academy of Sciences. I discovered that he was, in fact, the professor at the time at the university at the time Dan claimed to be attending classes there between 1986 and 1989. This is another of Dan's professors, Erwin London. And finally, Sanford Simmons, who participated in Dan's formal academic studies. And Dan's mother was an invaluable resource for research, having catalogs of all of his certifications and other documentations. On this and the following pages are Dan's official certificates, graduation, scholarships, honor society memberships, and scholarship nominations. However, she did not have the physical record to scan of Dan's PhD certificate. Here's official academic letters of recommendation from both Stanford University and University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And by the way, such endorsements from prestigious institutions serve as a critical validation of Dan's academic standing and expertise. Letters of recommendation from esteemed universities not only recognize an individual's qualifications and contributions, but also reinforce their credibility within the academic and professional communities. Here's another from UNLV and also Northern Arizona University. These various affidavits were officially recorded and certified to verify that some of Dan's claims made against him were false. On the left, his mother's affidavit certifies that Deborah, his then ex-wife, took his PhD certificate to have it framed and never returned it. And there's certification of his BA in psychology degree from UNLV. Drew Sprangler, a supervisor of custodians at Area 51, has presented an affidavit. He claims to have a security clearance of Q8, which granted him access to the same biology laboratories and common areas where Dan worked. And in some instances, they even collaborated on projects. Here's Dan's affidavit from October 16th, 2006, executed in Canada. This details Dan's whole story as it relates to his being recruited by the US government for work on classified projects by Majestic. And this was because Dan was in preparation at the time to go ahead and be a whistleblower and file with the whistleblower status with the Inspector General. Here's some recently obtained ID material I found on Dan. Shows he is who he is. You can see some various things there.
Yep, nice.
There are final points I'd like to make that establishes that Dan, in fact, received the education he claimed, particularly his PhD. His doctorate and more is clearly listed in at least 2 of the 4 editions of the Marquis Who's Who journals he claimed to have been entered in. One was from 1993 and one was from 1995. I went ahead and purchased these 2 copies myself. Marquis stands as the gold standard for documenting academic and professional excellence. Inclusion is highly selective, offering credible third-party validation of one's expertise. Dan's listing affirms his achievements and provides undeniable proof against skepticism. Here's just a blow-up of that. I went ahead and just, beyond all the academic credentials you can see there, I circled his PhD being listed in 1989.
Yep.
Now let's forward to 2004. At the first World UFO Congress in Laughlin, Nevada, on stage, an interview hosted by journalist Rob Simone was the opportunity that Dan allowed Rob to privately review a recently drawn up agreement. This was critically important because it formally acknowledges that Dan's PhD from State University of New York was in fact legitimate, yet subject to classified restrictions. The arrangement allowed his doctoral PhD status to be reinstated exclusively for professional and business purposes, particularly within the biotechnology field, while keeping it withheld from public record. In essence, it provided him legal and academic validation necessary to operate in his field without breaching confidentiality tied to his background or the circumstances surrounding the university's actions to expunge the PhD validation.
It was a polyneuropathy. It was a peripheral neuropathy degeneration, which caused him extreme pain, and it also caused a reduction in his produced AFGPs, which were antifreeze type glycoproteins. This is why I was brought in. The training that I received after being first associated with them in 1986, the training that I received at SUNY, and I understand I've got a legal consideration here, the training that I received at...
When you say training, you're talking about your PhD?
Yes, sir.
Which you did receive at SUNY University?
Yes, sir, that's true. It was underfunded. It was paid by Dr. Teller. He was involved with the committee of the majority.
In 2008, Dan was invited to speak at Caltech. Dan Burish and his colleague Marcia McDowell spoke at Caltech's infamous Beckman Auditorium about the Lotus Project, their scientific research project, at the request of Professor Human Awadi. Project Lotus is a classified project that studies a genesis mechanism associated with the tree of life. That is, the investigation of a phenomenon involving silicate material, Ganesh particles, and their potential effects on cellular repair and the origins of life. The full lecture is still available to watch online. And by the way, the invitation to speak at a prestigious institution like Caltech here in California is reserved for the exceptional. Here's a small list of invited past lecturers. You can see some of those names are historic names in the sciences and other fields.
One of them is also Hungarian, the Theodor von Karman.
Oh, very good.
Do you know anything about him?
I don't actually.
Yeah, I was talking to Ryan S. Wood, and he got quite a few evidence that he was in working on recovered flying saucers in the 1950s in not Los Alamos. I forgot now where. but we have some evidence.
I would love then a follow-up after this from you, Sabi, if you can send me any information that I can verify that on my own.
Yeah. All right, we'll do. Basically, you told me that John von Neumann was definitely involved in the Aztec UFO crash in analyzing recovered UFO materials and technology. Another Hungarian scientist, Theodor von Karman, it's in Hungarian, it's different, but I will translate it to the Hungarians later, was reportedly involved in analyzing a recovered flying disc at White Sands Proving Ground, New Mexico. So these are some of these extra additional information that I wasn't aware of. So you have also shared relevant information about Edward Teller, Leo Szilard, Dennis Knight, Paul Magyar, and Eugene Wigner, which I also didn't know. So in your opinion, is it fair to say that several Hungarian scientists were involved in UFO crash recoveries and reverse engineering programs?
Absolutely. And
all right.
I mean, Hungary has a tremendous pedigree in brilliant scientists that have made a tremendous difference in the trajectory of the scientific path of the world.
Next. Here is the support team. This was taken in 1953. It must be almost 100 engineers and scientists. They were Majestic Scientific Advisory Group. Way over in the front row, second from the left, is young Dr. Theodore von Karman, the founder of Aerojet, who had also participated in reverse engineering alien machines for Majestic. Next.
By the way, you can still log into Caltech's website and see Dan and Marcy spoke there.
Mm-hmm. But I've seen this, by the way, I've seen this as well, this video,
yeah.
But I didn't really understand much.
It's a little over our heads.
Yeah.
Yes. The degree of scientific discussion.
Yeah,
definitely. Okay, so this is an important part of the presentation here. In the latter chapters of Bill Hamilton's book, he notes evidence of a correspondence between two Area 51 employees that spoke of Dan's work there. One is retired Air Force Major and Intelligence Officer Thomas Mack. The other was also in Air Force Intelligence and someone I personally befriended some time ago. I used the opportunity to reach out to ask if they had any proof of this correspondence. I was happy to find that this person had a handwritten letter from Tom Mack. He quickly scanned it and sent it to me, and what it would reveal was eye-opening. The highlighted area of this April 1999 letter reads, "There was a Captain Danny Crane who was assigned to the QS-4 projects sometime in the late 80s. Captain Crane was a biologist who worked on the R4800 program at PS2 Complex. His assistant was Captain Arthur Price. Both were in charge with mapping alien DNA. Captain Crane developed a sequencing technique. They were dating the sequence of found amino acids. The alien was the quadriloid Amos. The sequence found was nothing like humans. Captain Crane even baffled genetic scientists with his findings. Captain Price is now working with Dr. Kit Green at the CIA." So, although it clearly references Dan's work, there's also some confusion about the identification of the alien's species and name, as well as the claim that what he was discovering was not human. Dan would come to find out that the J-Rod that he had direct interaction with, housed at the Papoose Lake facility, was a future human. But prior to this, in 1989, Dan worked at the Groom Lake base in a subterranean laboratory, studying tissues of, quote, unknown origin, unquote. This was for further testing of his expertise in histology. He expressed the difficulty in identifying their origin, and I believe that's the alien that's named Amos.
Mm-hmm.
I've concluded that these tissue slides may be from the quadriloid noted in the letter. This may also account for how someone like an Air Force Intelligence may have been aware of the alien program at the main group base, but may not have known of the details of the Aquarius program with a living being at the Papoose base. Let's now dive into the Papoose Lake facility where Dan worked for 4 years. Papoose is approximately 12 miles southwest of Area 51. This shows the relative location that Papoose has to the Groom Lake, Area 51, now renamed Air Force Test Center Detachment 3. Various research by others indicates the facility is sometimes referenced as Site 4, S4, S2 Alpha, and if we're to believe the Tom Mack letter was referring to the same, it was referred to as PS2 complex.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to zoom in here. I can now tell you unequivocally, and it will be out probably within the next month, that there is questionable evidence that I hold on my own. This is exactly where the base is.
What's the sorry, because you said within a month, right?
Yeah, there is going to be a documentary that comes out that verifies that the base is exactly right here. Okay. And the means by which it's verified is unquestionable.
Wow. Is it like a secret project?
I'm sorry?
Is it like a secret project? You can't talk about it? You don't know?
The person that made the documentary and myself were in touch with the person who provided us the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
From painstaking work, they spent over 100 hours investigating this and provided it.
Uh-huh.
And the documentary filmmaker and I agreed he should be the one that lets it out first. And then afterward, I can talk about it.
So it's this year?
So what I'm saying is it is exactly right here. And this is exactly where the place is.
But when is it coming out? Sorry, this information.
It's supposed to come out within a month now. It might come out in January.
All right. Okay.
It's totally camouflaged in the air, which showcases the cutting edge ingenuity behind next generation black site construction. I met a gentleman who spent hundreds of hours combing through every historic satellite photo available. Based upon the exact model of the transport bus wheelbase, he found a variety of tracks that generally use this route to the facility.
Mm-hmm.
This is a CGI depiction of the main entrance door. The CGI rendering illustrates a hangar door opening for test flight of a recovered extraterrestrial craft, based on detailed accounts from physicist engineer Bob Lazar, who claimed to have worked on reverse engineering such technology. But you can see how camouflaged this facility is.
Yeah.
Testimonies from program workers describe the facility as purely utilitarian, even prison-like, devoid of aesthetics, built for total focus. Heavily armed Black SEAL units escort each scientist and engineer to their assigned locations daily. Upon entry, Dan was required to strip and be weighed nude near the entrance. From that point on, extreme anti-smuggling measures were enforced. Even bathroom breaks were under armed escort, with ceiling cameras recording every move. Dan described the atmosphere as deeply oppressive, where only the work mattered. Dan said the facility's labs were state-of-the-art, fully equipped for advanced biological research. For security, weighing sensors were built into the floor at each workstation, tracking the scientists' movement in real time. Dan said facility security always knew his schedule in advance. Elevators' guards stood with their backs to cover the floor buttons, feeling for the correct one and counting silently, never revealing which floor he was taken to. Aerospace historian Michael Schratt met with Dan to recreate the facility and its interior in exacting detail. When I spoke with Michael in 2024, he emphasized how precise Dan was, and especially about the clean sphere, which housed the J-rod for medical research under the Aquarius program. Dan described it as roughly 52 feet wide and 26 feet tall, engineered to match the J-rod's unique physiology. The environment maintained a hyperbaric mix of 4 to 5% nitrogen and oxygen, high pressure, and temperatures between 20 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Humans couldn't survive inside without a TES, or total encapsulating suit. These conditions were designed to slow the J-rod's disease.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to any interaction, the clean sphere containing the J-rod was elevated from a restricted lower level via a precision-engineered scissor lift system. Due to strict compartmentalization protocols, Dan was not informed of the rationale behind the lower level containment, the life support procedures in place, or the identities of the personnel assigned to the being's care. Before entering the sphere, Dan underwent strict decontamination, including a full-body disinfectant spray before donning the TES suit, similar to an astronaut's. The suit featured a long umbilical hose for oxygen and temperature control, creating a positive pressure sealed environment to protect him from potential microbes during contact with the J-rod. His eyeglass prescription was eventually beveled directly into the helmet glass. The J-rod identified himself to Dan as Kaela. Dan described him as approximately 3 to 3.5 feet tall with a dark brown, ruddy complexion. He belonged to a class of grays originating from the Zeta Reticuli binary star system, though he was stationed at Gliese 876c, a known staging area. The designation J-rod translates to 15, referring to the number of light years from Earth. Kaela was classified as a P+52 J-rod, meaning he was 52,000 years more evolved than present-day humans. At the time of the crash, he had been traveling with 2 P+45s. Physically, Kaela had a reticulated lizard-like skin texture that was smooth to the touch. His head was disproportionately large, with large black eyes, a recessed nose with 2 small holes, and a small slit-like mouth with no teeth. He had long arms with 4 extended fingers and a noticeable knob at the heels of his feet. Suffering from a severe neuropathy, he often appeared hunched and had difficulty with movement. His appearance was described as insect-like and almost exoskeletal. At the time, he was 622 years old. While in the clean sphere, Dan's protocol required him to take skin aspirations from the J-rod's arm with a special gun-like device. This is an AI simulation I created of Dan taking one of the aspirations from the entity. Between 1994 and 1996, Dan used the pressurized induction needle system to extract hundreds of tissue samples from the J-rod's arm. These samples were willingly provided by the J-rod under prior agreements. Although the procedure was painful, Dan later revealed that he maintained a continuous psychic connection with the entity whenever he was within approximately 60 feet. One of the more fascinating byproducts of this connection was that Dan reportedly experienced the J-rod's pain during each aspiration in real time. He performed the extractions using his left hand, applying pressure for 15 minutes following each procedure. Over time, more than 200 samples were analyzed and included in the final report. Let's transition into another incredible claim by Dan, but one that would be revealed through another piece of technology within the facility called the Orion Cube. In the summer of 2007, Dan was inducted into a classified intelligence project that required 6 months of total isolation from friends and family. By December, he met with UFO investigators Carrie Cassidy and Bill Ryan, speaking with them for over 5 hours. During the conversation, he revealed that the project involved a device known as the Orion Cube, technology capable of viewing probable future events. The project's objective was to determine which one of these features was most likely to unfold. The Orion Cube, a quantum viewing device, is described as a holographic record that documents history and presents future occurrences probabilities. This device is a variant of the looking glass technology, notable because its output, projected above, could be altered by the presence and emotions of its users. At one time, this cube was believed to be stored at Area S4, Level 4-1. Later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C., and its location after that is unknown. The cube was reportedly used by elitists in various countries to look into their own futures and select favorable paths. but it is now believed to be no longer accessible. The outcome of the 6-month project was Timeline 1, Variation 83, which, according to projections, pointed to a future marked by the election of Hillary Clinton, a massive financial collapse, and a catastrophic event that would ultimately lead to the division of humanity into 2 distinct life forms. Dan further explained that world leaders had begun using the cube as a kind of script, taking preemptive actions in an attempt to steer or nudge events away from the projected future. I created this infographic to simplify the message Dan had from that 2007 program. Essentially, there would be an Earth catastrophe that we were well aware of in advance, but would claim the lives of 4 billion. But in anticipation of this, a significant population would migrate off-planet to Mars, and another lives in a subterranean underground zones. After some time, the Mars population resets to the Orion constellation, where the subterranean group, after 4,000 years, resets far away at the Zeta Reticuli star system. The evolutionary changes because of the difference in the environmental conditions, as well as forced manipulation of DNA, creates the tall Orions, and the ones that were subterranean become the Greys and J-Rods. Eventually, they reunited in the future in 52,000 years, but the J-Rods slowly had been suffering from the peripheral neuropathy. In April of this year, Catherine Austin Fitts, former public official who served as Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under the Bush II administration, was a guest on the Tucker Carlson show. Among the many topics she touched on was her research into misappropriated funds toward Black programs, revealing the likelihood of massive underground infrastructure and bases. She said in the interview, quote, "So we have built an extraordinary number of underground bases and supposedly transportation systems. Some of these are documented as part of the national security infrastructure. I think there are many more in the United States and all over the world. From 2021 to 2023, I took one of the smartest subscribers in the Solari Report Network, and he and I spent 2 years collecting all the data and all of the allegations on underground bases. We systematically went through and tried to estimate our best guess how many underground bases, both underground in the United States, but also underground under the ocean around the United States. And our estimate was 170 with transportation network connecting them. And then Tucker asked, and what would be the purpose? And Catherine responded, if you thought you were going to get a near extinction event, unquote. I found that very, very alarming given what Dan's claims were.
Yeah.
Now let's go into an attempt to get Dan into a congressional hearing in 2004, which he was willingly committed, provided that he would have immunity protection to speak freely. In April of 2004, Dan expressed a willingness to testify publicly, but required immunity prior to congressional hearing. 2 men, Harry Jeshak and Sterling Allen, traveled across country to Washington, D.C. and met with several congressional members. However, Jeshak and Sterling focused their effort on the office of Utah Senator Orrin Hatch because of his position as chairman of the Judiciary Committee. They also visited with the staff of other Senate members from Idaho, Utah, as well as Nevada, where Darshak and Allen and Dr. Burrish each resided. A Hatch staff member who met with Darshak and Allen to be briefed on the matter said this case would likely fall under the Select Committee on Security. Notwithstanding a full schedule, Senator Hatch did offer the courtesy of a quick stop in the conference room where the briefing took place. The Burrish deposition would include producing evidence of deadly virus design with a signature genetic sequence included that could unobtrusively prove the laboratory origin of the virus. These organisms are similar to HIV and SARS, which researchers such as Dr. Len Horowitz have documented as having man-made laboratory origins. Burrish also claims to be privy to work being done to capture the genetic components of an extraterrestrial disease. and insert that into microbial vectors that can target human beings, which Deshak compares to creating a cholera-like epidemic of a deadly disease for which there is no previous immunity developed. Burish was also prepared to talk about the relationships we share with multiple extraterrestrial species, of which agreements are drawn up and revisited every 9 years. This is a copy of the online petition that was circulated in support of congressional hearings for Dan. And at the time, you can see they had 304 total signatures. Dan's claims are entered into congressional record last year in 2024. I discovered that journalist Michael Schellenberger included Dan's case in his submission into record after his November 13th House Oversight Committee hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Dan's case is noted in the submitted documentation, as well as another individual's case, which is that of Henry Deacon, who vouched for the veracity of Dan's claims. Michael was there primarily to give testimony about the recently leaked Immaculate Constellation USAP, but within his submitted documentation were others who worked on programs of note. Dan's name is noted 9 times in the submitted documentation. You can see it there. I have a screenshot of that. Now let's talk about Harold Malmgren. A 27-year-old Harold Malmgren literally saved the world from nuclear catastrophe during the Cuban Missile Crisis when Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara and President JFK asked him to buy time for diplomacy by facing off against General Curtis LeMay. Malmgren went on to become a presidential advisor, not just to JFK, but LBJ, Nixon, and Ford. He had a personal relationship with Putin and advised every Japanese prime minister since Tanaka in the 1970s. He was assigned to contain Kissinger and worked closely with Howard Baker, George Shultz, Volcker, and Mondale, not to mention Nobel Prize winners Tom Schelling and Sir John Hicks. Unusually, he had all the so-called Q clearances. From a 3-hour interview on American Alchemy just before his passing in February 2025, these are the claims he made. He held UFO or UAP material directly. Richard Bissell briefed Malmgren on otherworld technologies, discusses the majestic MJ-12, the group that took it upon themselves to protect the world, told his daughter Pippa off-air in his final hours that there had been UFO crash survivors or biologics. He was shown video of the sole surviving extraterrestrial being from such crash, which may be Roswell. And just like Dan, from the time Harold was just 14, he was already displaying an advanced and utterly unexplainable grasp of quantum physics concepts, years ahead of experimental confirmation. He caught the attention of Carl Compton, the president of MIT. After an impromptu 2-hour conversation, Compton offered Harold a full scholarship on the spot, noting Harold's astonishing insight into photons and quantum entanglement, ideas not yet mainstream. Let's round out this discussion. Let's take the variety of claims and let's find agreement, what appears indisputable. From early on, Dan had a prodigy level acuity in the sciences. His expertise is well documented and detailed records reflect this. Some of the UAP's best investigators believed his accounts. Affidavits were formally executed documenting his truth and his readiness to speak to Congress. In his interviews, he appears emotionally authentic in telling his story. The Caltech speaking engagement adds to his credibility. And the Tom Mack letter appears to connect Dan to an alien study program at Area 51. Now let's talk. Now, there's a number of implications to draw from this extraordinary case. Here's some I've compiled for just some reflection. Extraterrestrial treaties exist and influence choices done on our behalf without our knowledge. A significant catastrophe may unfold in the near future and split the evolution of mankind's future. Groups like MJ-12 may have fostered agreements and treaties with multiple species that even today may affect geopolitical choices with our allies and enemies. Reality and consciousness are far beyond what we perceive, and multiple timelines and time travel are real. And finally, others like Dan likely exist, some silenced, others hidden from contact. This is but a snapshot of the critical milestones of Dan's story. I continue to update. I've created a working model of the Dan Burish timeline that I continue to update with critical things that are a quick reference for me. And then finally, after finding that my good friend Bill passed in 2024, as a kind of conclusion, Bill wrote the following about the Dan Burish case. Quote, "After all that I've heard, after piecing together over 20 different amazing testimonies, I think I finally understand the reason for the cover-up. It is a story that spans eons of time and devolves on who we are and who they are. We are all related, and DNA is the gem of the cosmos. There is so much that now makes sense. Once I had threaded it all together, but I am amazed at the feel of it, the truth of it, and the miracle of space, time, and life. The one thing I've heard time and again is that time is short, that time is running out, that big changes are ahead, and that the world may never be the same again. Only when I check this further will I report on it. This is not just another UFO story. The cosmic code is there for all to use their intelligence to decipher." And then finally, this is a QR code. You can go right to scanning this. For those who are watching this, it'll take you to my Burish Archive website at burisharchive.com. And I will tell you that just 2 days ago, I finally updated the website with a new edition. It is the Burish Archive podcasts, of which I have 9 editions of these very short 9 to 14-minute podcasts. And I will tell you right now, they are AI driven. I've compiled all of my research, all of the transcripts of all of Dan's interviews, and every page of Bill Hamilton's book into a large data set that I have had an AI train on. And I loaded various questions into the AI to create a series of podcasts around, and it created each one based on the podcast. And the podcast uses all of that data set to explain the phenomenon that Dan speaks of in his claims. It's pretty entertaining. So that's a new addition.
All right.
With that, I'm going to stop sharing.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a great presentation. Thank you for sharing all this information with us, and of course collecting all this. So it's a great work. All right. I was gonna stop you a few times, but you just carried on. So I was like, I've just taken some notes.
Sure.
Because you mentioned egos disobeyed. I've got the Bill Hamilton's book, the Project Aquarius, but the egos disobeyed, I didn't have it, and I heard you mentioned it before. But have you read it? What is that?
I have not. I know the contents of it, and it is available. There are some collectors that have it, and it's ridiculously pricey. In American dollars, it's up to like $300 to $400.
Oh man, I know.
I don't feel like I need to. Essentially, what the book is, without the oversight of Majestic, Dan, in his rebelliousness, wrote about his findings on the structures on Mars. Later, he would go on to say, as part of the catastrophe, when we went to Mars, these are those structures. So what you are seeing now on Mars is evidence of our future colonization. So that was information that Majestic did not want leaked out. So that's why he was beaten severely.
Yeah, I was never really into this, moon structures.
I wasn't either.
And the Mars, but anyone I'm talking to, it's always comes across that there was this abductee was here, or we see structures. Jesse was talking to Joe McMoniger, but then you also heard previously. I think was Dr. Kit Green. I was going to ask you about what is he still alive, or do you know anything?
Yeah.
Is he?
Yes, I'm not sure what capacity he is working, but he used to be the one working at the CIA in what is termed the weird desk. So I do know somebody that knows him, And
Okay.
I'm trying to ask him if there is any possible time you can verify that the gentleman that worked with Dan, Dr. Arthur Price, did in fact work with Kit Green, if there was an Arthur Price, to verify that that gentleman is still somebody that may be still alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I heard allegations that the CIA might have taken him out. Like, no? Dr.
I don't think
Christopher
so.
Kid Green.
I'm not going to speak 100% because I reached out to this person who gave me the impression, no, he's still aware that he's still alive.
Okay.
But he wants to be very cautious in approaching him unless it's for something that sounds not too conspiratorial.
All right. But yeah, back to the moon, Mars. So who else was like talking about this? But I think
Back in the day, Richard Hoagland was talking about
Richard
that.
Hoagland. But I think Ingo Swann was maybe he went a bit further with the remote viewing stuff. Last time, Ryan S. Wood, he was telling me maybe I should talk to what's his name? He was doing a presentation about Moon and Mars, like other people's work just recently on a 2025 contact in desert. What's
Okay.
his name? You might know.
Gosh, yeah, there were so many people that spoke.
Yeah, it doesn't come to me now. But anyways, but he said, like Ryan told me that he was very impressed of that presentation, that there are so many structures.
I was just speaking at Contact in the Desert this year, and I attended a lecture by Peter Robbins, another, you might interview him if you like, or go on his podcast.
Yeah.
And he did a presentation about, sites and pictures and monuments and things like that on the moon and Mars, based on, independent researchers from others.
Yeah.
And I was very impressed with the breadth of the evidence for structures on the moon, both the front side and the back side, and the anomalies on the moon and Mars. And so, although I haven't studied it in great detail, I certainly was impressed that there seems to be a lot of good evidence for that assertion.
Yeah, I just keep hearing all this, so maybe I should look into it.
Yeah, I talked to Ryan at the last Contact in the Desert, and I told him, and I was at his father's, after his father's passing, I went to the celebration of life at their church, because I thought that his father's contribution was so enormous. I had an opportunity to speak to Ryan at the last Contact in the Desert. I said, when I had my phone call with Dan, he spoke very highly of your father and remembers times when they would take walks together along the LA River and have conversations. And he didn't remember that, but he says there's a lot about his dad he didn't know.
Yeah, Dr. Bob Wood, unfortunately he passed away last year.
Yes.
Yeah, I know he had like a huge contribution to the field. I was talking to Ryan about it as well. But okay, so that's the Eagles Disobeyed. Yeah, and I know some of these old books. You know the one UFO crash at Aztec, Steinman and
yeah, I used to own that. I sold it at a garage sale long time ago.
You sold it?
Yes, I did.
It's like $350, $500. Anyways, one day I managed to buy it like $325. The other day, if sometimes you can't even buy it. I think there was only like 1,000 units or 1,000 books.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, was last time I saw was for $800. I was like,
oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's somewhere at the back. But yeah, that was the one that Robert Sarbacher was confirming.
I see it there.
I was interested in Oppenheimer's involvement in the Aztec crash, but turns out John von Neumann was there, who's also another Hungarian scientist. And I'm like, hold on a second, there is more than one. So anyways, so I've got the book now. But yeah, I was going to ask you about, so it's just this crazy, these super expensive books. But there are some hidden information in some of them, so it's good reference. So yeah, Kerry Cassidy and Bill Ryan, they had the Project Camelot, but I understand they are not together anymore. I
No, they had a kind of falling out, but they've kind of mended their ways. But they're both operate independently. I mean, Ryan lives. I think it's in.
He's in South America somewhere, right?
Yes, it is in South America, and Carrie's still somewhere here in Southern California, and she does her regular interviews and podcasts, but they don't work together.
Yeah, I know. I bought Carrie's book recently. I'm going to reach out to her because, again, I'm not into this secret space.
Okay, yeah.
Secret space.
SSP, secret space program.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, SSP, secret
super
space
soldiers
program.
and all that. Yep.
But there's so many people talking to me about this. Like even Ryan was telling me, like, oh yeah, probably they already figured out anti-gravity. That's how they go to the Mars and Moon. I'm like, all right, now if you're telling me this too, then maybe there is something to it. But yeah, so what I was gonna get to is that there was one of these Russian UFO researcher. He was talking about Bill Ryan, that Bill moved out or left the UFO field and moved to South America, to somewhere up in the high mountains.
In the mountains, yes.
Because apparently he's also aware, or he got to this conclusion that in the future there will be some catastrophe, and that's this guy's conclusion. I don't know his name. It's a Russian guy. And he was also like backing up the evidences of like other people also have these underground bunkers, like Trump, Elon, Sam Altman, Zuckerberg, that all these people, they have various underground facilities, that it seems to be that some of the elite, they know something, that something is going to happen.
You have an underground tunnel.
Do you really?
Yeah. Yeah.
In USA?
This ranch in Kauai. Yeah. Where there's this whole thing where people were like, there's this whole meme about how people are saying I built this like bunker underground. It's like more of underground storage situation. But yeah, no, it's
oh wow. Zucky got that bunky. What's under the ground is more water, right?
It's basically what you just said. It's sort of a tunnel that just goes to another building.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, Zuckerberg is not expecting an abrupt geophysical event. He is only expecting abrupt climate change event and the collapse of civilizations. But people like Jeff Bezos and Long Now Foundation, who are building the 10,000-year clock inside a mountain, are expecting a more abrupt event because they are building this clock and the Rosetta disk inside a mountain on a higher elevation. If I have to bet, I think that Bezos is also building doomsday bunkers on a higher elevation because they are expecting something like this, like the Johnny Bekoff effect or the crustal slip, which will bring the massive floods, or the oceans will spill over the land. And frankly, there is not much that we can do if this happens except to go on a higher elevation, and you will see how some of the people who don't have massive resources are already preparing for this event. And some of those people that we need to take example from is Bill Ryan, the guy who leaked the information about the geophysical event in 2010. Take a look what he has to say.
Catch a cold. They said China will catch a cold, and after that, then what effectively will be a kind of plague will actually spread right across the world to the West as well. And you've got this totalitarian military lockdown in all the governments in the Western worlds because everyone's going to be in panic about all of this. And then, he said, then the real war starts, something that would be justifiably called the Third World War, with a much more major nuclear exchange. They believe that there is going to be what he called a geophysical event, a major geophysical event. There have been trillions of dollars that have been spent on deep underground bases for some reason, which we don't know why it is. That there are repeated cyclical geophysical events about every 11,500 years. information about what really happened to Atlantis was very probably in the Great Library of Alexandria that burnt down a couple of thousand years ago. There are persistent rumors that much of that information has been retrieved and it's in the Vatican Library. This is information which is not in the public domain.
Now this video is from 2010, and no, this is not a prophetic seeing of by Bill Ryan. This is a leaked information from military and government sources and a higher degree Mason from Great Britain. So what happens after Bill Ryan leaked this information? He left USA for Ecuador. So he said that he moved to Ecuador to focus on a simpler, more sustainable lifestyle. He has mentioned in interviews and posts that the decision to live in Ecuador was partly influenced by a desire to live in a safer, more self-sufficient environment away from some of the societal and global concerns he discusses in his work. So Bill Ryan moved in Ecuador in the region of Vilcabamba. This is a very interesting region which is very rich in natural resources, and it's on a higher elevation and it's protected from the ocean, and you will see how. Just a moment. So Bill Ryan today lives at an elevation of approximately 1,500 to 1,700 meters. That's above 5,000 feet above sea level. And this elevation places it above the tropical lowlands, avoiding jungle humidity and heat. And it's right below the high Andes, which often exceed 3,000 to 4,000 meters and can be cold or unstable. But as you see, this is the mountain range of the Andes, and if there's a geophysical event that displaces the crust and the ocean spill over the land, his position will be protected by these high elevation mountains. So he doesn't need to build a doomsday bunker, he just needs to be in the right place. As I said, this region, this area is full of natural private caves that could shield you from cosmic radiation when the Earth's magnetic field decreases. And also this region, Vilcabamba, is also known as the Inca Valley and the Valley of Longevity. So it has that reputation that the people who live there live for a very long time. Vilcabamba has a reputation for being home to one of the highest concentration of exceptionally old people, including numerous people who have reached 140 years. So Bill Ryan has chosen a good place to survive the geophysical event without spending millions of dollars on underground doomsday bunkers.
The whole point is that there are these tech billionaires that are starting to build these luxury compounds, bunker, whatever you want to call it. And it's been confirmed by people like Reid Hoffman. So he's one of the co-founders of LinkedIn. He said that over half of these tech billionaires in Silicon Valley have been building these bunkers around the world, preparing for the quote-unquote event that might destroy the world as we know it.
What is that event? What could it be? Do these tech billionaires know something that we don't? Are they prepping for some real eventual event?
So the reasons include nuclear tensions, AI risk, climate disaster, essentially any world-ending event. Secondly, it's also a mark of societal status. So no matter what happens, no matter what comes our way, if you're a tech billionaire, you're going to be able to live through that comfortably without compromising your lifestyle, without compromising the standard that you have.
I've not heard of that from corporate types. I mean, government entities, high level, that's always been part of the continuity of government, the COG program. They built those a long time ago in the event of something like a nuclear war, where they can still maintain and govern the country from a remote location. That I understood. But what Catherine Austin Fitts recognized in her research, over 170 bases, with an interconnected network of train systems was much more eye-opening to me.
Yeah, I heard that, these the United Emirates, I think is there, but they do this wall, and they also do military, sorry, not military, but underground bases, and some of these elite. Anyways, I was going to ask you basically about what do you know about Bill Briant? Is it true that that's the reason that he left ufology and that's why he went way up there?
I don't know that. I'll reserve judgment on that. All of my dealings with him and speaking with him in person and chats and things, he didn't indicate that was the reason, but that may be the reason. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I just heard it's weird and it wasn't real evidence behind. But I was gonna ask you because you mentioned both of them. I've got a fly here, man.
I just saw it.
So okay, yeah, because Dan was talking about this catastrophe, and now probably a new poster boy here is Chris Bledsoe, and he had this, like, I don't know if you heard his or read his book, but he was talking about that. They showed him an event on board that something is gonna, I think the sun flash, I think it's called, that something is gonna hit Earth, that and after that it's gonna move away, and plenty of water is gonna go out to space.
You've spoken of an apocalypse or global upheaval predicted by the entities, particularly after you had an Easter encounter in 2019.
Right.
What specific warnings or timelines have they shared? You purport to be able to communicate with these non-human beings, or whatever they are, gods, beings. What are they telling you about apocalyptic events?
What they told me, and again I put this in writing back in 2012, I handed it to Timothy Taylor, which he took to NASA, to the Pentagon. That's how the chain of command went. In that, I told him about the orbs and the drones and the rockets. I didn't say drones, but the orbs and the missiles, which just happened. And they didn't say it was an apocalypse. That's funny. What she said was, there will be, when we see Israel and Iran doing their thing and the orbs begin to appear, from that point forward, they're going to begin to awaken the people. And there was no stopping it. And if we went to war, they would stop it.
So you believe, from what you've been told, which obviously you can't know for sure, you're only being told this, but you believe, from what you're being told, that the entities, the beings, are going to intervene to stop us from killing ourselves.
They did that during November, on television.
And disclosure of the fact of a non-human intelligence.
It'll come next year.
You believe next year?
I'm sure. I feel sure. I think the government has got to. They have no choice. Because my book clearly states what Chris said, is the lady explained to me that in April of 26, there would be an alignment where this star, which is a blue star, of Regulus appears on the horizon in front of the Sphinx, and it would be red.
And you know what? This is right.
That's what she said.
I've actually spoken to astronomers. This is the phenomenal thing about this.
Yeah, and she said it'll be red. And when that happens, it would mark a shift into a new knowledge, not an apocalypse. That's what she told me. It doesn't mean Jesus is coming back. There's a new knowledge that's coming. What is that? Is it under the pyramids they've discovered something? Is it the Hall of Records? Is it disclosure? December, November, is Iran was firing rockets into Israel. Orbs appeared everywhere. The military freaked and sent up drones to muddy the water.
So you think that's a cover-up? I mean, I must confess,
100%.
One of the things you talk about, and I find this fascinating because, again, there's huge increase in sun activities, solar activity. You talk about something called the sun flash that you've been told about. What have you been told about a future sun flash?
Yeah, I never talk about this because it's scary stuff and I don't like to talk about it. But one thing I can say, I'm not sure if what I saw was the future or the past. But what I did see, and this was very beginning when they first took me in 2004 on the virtual tour, part of that virtual tour was Egypt, the other part was over America. And we were up somewhere over the Midwest, and I saw the sun swell in the sky until it engulfed the whole sky. It was just all sun, and then it flashed. When it flashed, the lights went out. But then I saw the earth, the water from the side of the Pacific side of the ocean evaporate up into the sky. This is what I was seeing, which made the earth lopsided, and it stopped. And then all of a sudden it started back the other way, and this wall of water came over the whole United States, and just devastation. But was that what killed the dinosaurs? Was that from the past, or is that from the future?
And so how did you see this? You used the word see. Did you see a visual representation of it?
I saw it like watching TV.
And was this on a craft, on a screen in the craft?
It was like seeing it through the walls. It was in some sort of bubble. It felt like the walls were clear. I couldn't see them, but I could touch them.
Yeah.
But looking through those, I'm looking down at Egypt, or I'm looking up at the sun.
Do you know about this story? He was
I know.
Yeah.
I know in general terms. I don't know the specificity of what he said, but I also know, as you may know from my abductees, so many of them are shown catastrophic futures.
Yeah. And what did they show you? Like bad things or?
O sea, obviamente lo que más le impacta a uno son las cosas feas, las cosas malas.
Obviously, what impacts us the most is the bad things, the ugly things.
Sí, yo veía más de un meteorito que venía en ruta de colisión hacia la Tierra.
They showed them more than one asteroid on Earth's collision course.
También veía una radiación, una energía de luz violeta.
And he also saw a lot of radiation. Violet radiation
procedente del centro de la galaxia,
coming from the center of the galaxy heading to Earth.
Que él me explicó que cada 26,000 años llega a nuestro sistema solar.
They explained to him that every 26,000 years, this ultraviolet ray approaches our solar system.
Y crea mutaciones en el campo magnético terrestre.
And creates mutations in Earth's magnetic field.
Y es el verdadero responsable del cambio climático.
And that's the real cause of climate change.
Que fue el responsable de la muerte en masa de los mamuts hace 26,000 años atrás.
That was the responsible for the death and the extinction of the mammoths. Sí. 26,000 years ago.
Ya, y que en esta época, o sea, el momento actual que estamos viviendo,
right now, this moment that we are living
iba a ser el momento que llegarían con mayor intensidad esa radiación.
That radiation, when it was going to come, it was going to be the strongest of them all.
Y eso afecta el núcleo de la Tierra.
And that affects the Earth's core.
Y hace que el planeta se hinche.
And makes Earth start bloating.
Y al hincharse,
when it starts bloating,
ya, la activación del magma interno de la Tierra
Earth's internal magma activation
hace que todos los volcanes entren en erupción.
Makes all the volcanoes start erupting.
Ya, y hace de que las placas tectónicas choquen más violentamente entre sí.
It makes the tectonic plates crash against each other even more strongly.
O se separen más violentamente.
It separates the tectonic plates in a more violent way.
Generando terribles terremotos, volcanes, maremotos.
Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes.
Pero que nosotros podríamos crear un estado mental colectivo positivo.
But we could create a collective state of mind.
Para que todo eso fuera lo menos traumático posible.
So that all these catastrophes would be less traumatic.
Y eso era una prueba, como una especie de test de la humanidad.
That was like a test for humanity.
A ver si la humanidad merecía realmente sobrevivir.
To see if humanity deserves to survive.
Pero era algo que nos tendría que unir a todos.
But it was something that where all mankind will have to be united.
Y ellos creían que lo íbamos a lograr.
And they thought that we could do it.
Ahora lo que falta es que nosotros también lo creamos.
Yeah. All that's left is that us humans actually do it.
When I did the work with Ricardo Gonzalez, who I consider an incredible, intelligent man, I was with him in Latin America. I was with him at Monte Perdido in the French Alps. I've been with him all over the world. he has contact because they tell him what time they're coming, but they also give him messages. And the message when I was with him in the Atacama Desert was, we are going to have problems with ecology. We're going to have problems. And of course, the United States has one storm after another and hurricanes. And they said to him, you're going to have problems with water. So this idea of climate change is real. Yeah. This idea that they want to help us, and they're telling us this in the Atacama Desert through Ricardo Gonzalez, is real. And the idea that this particular group, remember, if they're Apunians with Ricardo, with Apu, they're also Apunians with Charlie. So you have to look at the groups. And they're trying to tell us the future. And the hardest part, Sabi, is I can't understand time travel.
Even the children in rural Zimbabwe, the aerial school was shown that.
1994. szeptemberében 62 gyerek látott több objektum landolását, valamint azt, hogy 2 lény kiszállt belőlük az Ariel iskola mellett Harar külvárosában, Zimbabwe területén. Alig 2 hónappal később John Mack a helyszínre érkezett, hogy az esetet kivizsgálja. John interjúkat készített a gyerekekkel, szüleikkel és tanáraikkal, akik még mindig sokkos állapotban voltak az átélt élmény miatt. John, aki alapvetően gyermekpszichiátriára specializálódott, rengeteg időt szentelt a gyerekek kikérdezésére és a történeteik elemzésére.
What do you imagine is his reason for visiting Earth?
I think it's about something that's going to happen.
Something's going to happen.
What I thought was maybe the world's going to end. Maybe they're telling us the world's going to end. I think they want people to know that we're actually making harm on this world and we mustn't get too technologed.
How did that get communicated to you?
I don't really know, but it just popped up in my head.
Pollution.
Yes. He never said anything. It's just that the face, just the eyes. They looked horrible.
And the eyes, the horrible look, had that information that you just told me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So to me, on one hand, Chris was just shown what so many of them are shown. Now, his articulating the specificity of that, and may be different than others, maybe has some weight. But I don't read any further than that into it, because the school children, other abductees, they all saw the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
in various ways. Some said there was floods. Some said there was earthquakes. Some said there was a pole shift. So all kinds of things were said.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't draw conclusions. That I don't want to judge character. I try not to do any of that in my work. I just leave open the idea that I don't know enough about what they're saying, but that it connects with patterns of other people I've heard. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I was just gonna ask you, like, what do you think? Because, you know, a lot of people are talking about this again. Something is gonna happen in 2026, like in, you know, the Chris Bledsoe's case again. And that's what is being backed up by so many government. Like, you know, his story is one of those that, yeah, whatever. But then it's, you just made it up. But you did it because, you know, you have so many evidence, and even people, you know, the caliber of people that they wrote the forward into his book, like Jim Semivan, the CIA guy, you know, John B. Alexander. Yeah, I know he's actually. I'm gonna have an interview with him soon.
John Alexander.
Yes, and
Fantastic.
I'm gonna ask him about Teller. I don't know if I'm gonna be in trouble.
I hope you ask him about Burish as well.
Because what I understand, he's completely against all these Majestic 12 crash retrievers and recoveries, reverse engineering.
Against? Well, it's almost a matter of fact now. So I'm not sure. With crash retrievals, he doesn't believe there's a crash retrieval program? I don't believe that. Is that what he says?
Yeah. That's what I understand, that he's completely against all that. But he was working in Los Alamos, where Teller was, where, you know, people talk about the Teller didn't just show up, you know, it wasn't just around Lazar, Burish. so many other people, but he was showing up with the J-Rod himself. So
well, I think that's going to be a really valuable interview for you. I'm applaud you for being able to arrange that.
Yeah.
And I would have a bunch of questions myself for sure, but
yeah. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna tell him because he was a colonel as well. So
oh yeah,
I'm gonna try to be respectful as much as I can, and I'm gonna say, look, I understand if you can't talk about it. He has picture on his website. If you go to johnalexander.com, go to the UFO section, there is a picture of Harputov explaining Dr. Edward Teller the zero gravity in my house. In my house, it says. That's the sentence. That's the description of the picture, and he's there, Teller there, and Dr. Harputov in 1993. And so, anyways, yes. So, all right. So back to Teller now, because I was going to ask you on this. So how much evidence do we have, or have you collected about Teller that he's definitely paid for Denverish studies? Do you know anything?
There's absolutely no evidence.
There is no
like
evidence.
so many data points, let's call it. You rely on the repetition and patterns of those or other people who talk about his involvement. So Dan claims this. Obviously, Bob Lazar claims this. Others have claimed Dr. Edward Teller's involvement in programs, legacy programs.
Who else do you know, please?
Evidence. Sorry?
Who else do you know? But yeah, you can just carry on, and then maybe we can talk about that.
Oh gosh, there over the years, there's many other people who I don't know the names right now besides Dan and Bob Lazar, but
Bill Uhouse, I know.
Sure.
Benda Stevens, I know. I've got about 22, but yeah, if you have if it comes to
this is something that has to be weighed very carefully, very delicately, and that is this idea of evidence. Because if this is true, what would evidence look like? What would evidence that Dr. Edward Teller shepherded Dan into State University of New York? I guess there might be something signed or some document that shows he signed off on something. How would one even begin to find that? Now, all of those instructors and professors of Dan's, I've reached out to on LinkedIn. I don't know if you know what LinkedIn is.
Yeah.
LinkedIn. I've asked them, and I try to keep it as very high level and respectful if they could corroborate Dr. Danny Crane being one of their students. And I've not heard back yet. Now, that would be a form of verification. A chat transcript that shows that they're responding to my question and acknowledging it. Okay, that shows that Dan did go there, because many think he never even went to that university. And then maybe in that transcript, if I could just suggest that I understand Dr. Teller assisted, and if they answer, then maybe that's something. But I don't have any of that yet.
Yeah,
these are all
he looked into very deeply into the Bob Lazar case, and there is also a Teller connection.
Sure.
And he was asking, I think he went to Los Alamos laboratory asking about Teller and Teller's anything on Teller, and they didn't have anything.
Yeah, there's a famous video of Teller being asked about Lazar, and he just refuses to answer. So
yeah, that's the one as well. Yeah.
That's it's not helpful.
Yeah. All right, I've got a few more notes here. So one sec. So, yeah, I came across with some other videos. Now I don't have in hand, but I saved them. That it seems that Teller was, and also then says at some point that he was involved in the committee of majority, which is like so Teller was involved.
Yes.
That. So what does it mean really? I don't know. Do you know? So the committee of majority is the same thing as MJ12, but that's the new name, right?
Well, it's probably changed since then.
Yeah.
There's been a number of names. MJ12 committee of majority, Scion. Who knows? But let's just assume, just even by pure logic, that there is a shadow government that operates on its own. It's not elected. Marco Rubio has even suggested this.
Yeah.
So yeah, whatever they're called. Yeah.
Yeah, because what I try to understand here with Teller is that, okay, yeah, so he was involved, because there is a video that they're talking about that he was probably like not kingpin, what was this called, underboss, or like he was like a small boss. He seemed to be running S4.
What else do you know about Ed Teller in connection with Area 51, Groom Lake, and S4?
Well, Edward Teller was the head of the Atomic Energy Commission and was therefore the overall head of all of the Groom Lake operations, S4 and Area 51, all of it. They had Edward Teller, for instance, one time, who was the head of all of the Atomic Energy Commission facilities, which included Area 51 and Los Alamos and all the big, most secret facilities this country has. He said he told them he didn't know anything about UFOs. At the same time, we know that a few years before that, in 1968, he held a conference in his center facilities there at Los Alamos for 18 people, a progress review conference, to find out why we hadn't solved the technical problems on an operational UFO that we had recovered. And one of the alien occupants of that UFO was sitting across the table from my friend Bill Uhouse, an engineer, a simulator engineer there, who was working with the alien on trying to bridge the technology between their technology and ours. And from 54 to 68, they hadn't succeeded in making any real significant progress. And this is what the meeting was all about. Why aren't we able to do this? And the alien indicated that their technology requires a certain amount of mental input that we have never learned to impart.
So maybe it has to do with a certain type of brainwave activity, and you have to be in a certain
brainwave pattern too that we are not familiar with. And here's the same guy sitting at the head of the table with all of his scientists around there. Years later, is lecturing in Dallas for MUFON and says he doesn't know anything about UFOs.
And Ed Teller, isn't he also the one who Bob Lazar claimed hired him to work at Area 51 and S4?
On crashed UFOs.
Right. But he doesn't know a thing.
Said he didn't know anything about UFOs.
And was Edward Teller involved in the program as far back as the initial beginnings of Project Red Light?
He had to be. He was there during he took over after the atomic bomb project was finished and we began manufacturing bombs in quantity. He was still the head of the Atomic Energy Commission, had the most secure facilities in the whole United States. So that's why the crashed UFOs were taken to Atomic Energy Commission property, where they had super secret, secure facilities.
Teller was running S4. However, he was never really there, but he was involved in a higher level. So what I'm trying to understand, because I don't think Edward Teller was part of Majestic 12, but I think he was kind of connecting the science part, and then, there is also Philip Corso.
Yep.
One of his testimony that he says that when the reverse engineering stuff had to be like, fiber optics, Kevlar, many of these technologies, they had to put out to, some of these companies that they were close to similar technologies, inventing similar technologies. Teller was helping him to get introduced to these scientists or to these, what is it called? These companies. I did some research on some of these, the night vision and some of the technologies, only like 4 or 5 of the technologies that he mentioned, that yearly turnover, we're talking about here hundreds of millions of dollars, and in some cases, billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars in some of these technologies yearly, and every year is like 20-30% increase.
In research and development of the Army under General Trudeau, Arthur Trudeau, and he drew me back in and put me in charge of that and established a foreign technology division for me. And these were the artifacts on a crashed flying saucer, which we used the word applied engineering. Was Dr. Teller was still alive, knows he helped, you know. And we fed these things. He gave me the job of finding industry or scientists that were close to these items and feed us to them in normal R&D projects.
And you're saying these items came from somewhere else?
They came from a flying saucer that's coming from New Mexico.
Roswell?
Yeah, it's Roswell. Well, I think some came, it might be another crash, but these came from New Mexico and Roswell especially. And General Trudeau gave me the job of working out a program, put these things out, feed them to industry, but there was provisions feeding it. They could have the patents, but they had to feed them out back to us as a competitive edge of the Army and to the American people and the world if necessary. Like the Japanese interviewed me, and I told them we put the integrated circuit out, and we also gave it to you. And I told the Japanese this right at the interview at Roswell.
Give me a little laundry list of the things that, the technologies that are at least partially responsible from the Roswell.
Well, there's the number one was the integrated circuit. Number two in importance was laser, because I had some laser instruments also. Then fiber optics came out of this. The imaging devices or night viewing devices came from this. Some of the work we did on electromagnetism and the ICBMs and came from this.
So there is that witness testimony as well. So I'm just wondering that what was his real role there? Did he run S4 or he was just getting the scientists there? And yeah, probably just a scientist connection.
I'll just take a stab here and just suggest he might have been an advisor, a scientific advisor, and one who probably has a good sense of what kind of needs the program had.
Yeah.
How to find the right kind of person.
Yes,
so,
you're right. Yeah, probably that's it.
Something to that effect. Now, does that mean he has to be part of Majestic? Well, technically, Bob Lazar and Dan Burish were, quote, part of Majestic just by virtue of them operating under their authority. And Edward Teller may have been just another scientist who operated under their authority as well, but was very high level.
Yeah.
He probably wasn't had a position where he would attend the meetings, so to speak, where shadowy stuff is discussed. I don't know. But, that's one possible way to look at it.
Yeah, you're probably right there. All right, so okay, we talked about this catastrophe stuff. One sec. Okay, so aliens abducting people since 1952. I think it's mentioned somewhere that that since that's when we made probably deals with them or something like that.
Not abductions. 1953, which happens to be the same year as the Kingman crash, but there were ones obviously before that, was when we started Project Aquarius, and the study of many components of the alien phenomenon, propulsion systems, the language and translation of their communication, their biology, understanding their origin. Aquarius was an umbrella project to many other projects. On my Burish Archive website, there's a link that I go through what each of those projects were and what their project name was. Based on the testimony of people like Lazar and Burish and others who worked on programs. So you can read up on each one of those. So that's apparently what happened in 1953. I don't exactly know when abduction started, but part of the agreements from the initial meeting with them was that there would be a limited set of abductions, and those would be carried out, and there would be a monitoring of which people would be taken. This is where I connect now Dan Sherman as maybe this individual hired to maintain the cataloging through his abilities of who's being taken and who these people were. But that there was a rogue faction of the J-Rods, Dan would claim they're the P+45s, who ignored the agreements and were continuing the abductions.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Because I remember in one of these videos, I don't know now who did the actual interview with Dan, but he said something that he managed to stop these abductions now. But
Dan did?
Yes, he says that. in one of these videos.
Not aware of that. You may be right. Maybe it's something I'm overlooking. But
that's what I remember, that he was talking about, that these abductions are going on. That's why I have to. He did.
It might have been his desire to do what he could to stop them.
Yeah, or he wanted to, or something like that. But then it's still going on because they didn't agree, or what you just said as well, that they continued to do the abduction anyways.
According to what you're saying, there is a treaty in which we had stargates or access to wormholes that we mechanically opened and closed,
yes,
based on a treaty system in which we were allowed to get information and send information back and forth, but that we didn't use to go out, but they used to come in, is what you're
substantially telling me. Yes.
Okay, but we've closed all those down,
yes,
according to what you're telling us.
Yes.
Okay.
The ones that we have to be concerned about would be the P-45s. Okay. Because they are looking to justify their own history. They would be very happy, aside from being paid off constantly, they would be very happy to see their own history justified.
How are they paid off?
They're paid off with technology, with assistance. In the past, they were paid off with a certain number of abductions per year.
What would they do with those people?
Aside from a longitudinal genetic drift study, that's enough. You know, some of them were literally handed over, and I consider it illegal, and I consider it a violation of international law. I consider it a crime against humanity, and that's why I did what I did to stand up against it as best as I could and to get it off the books. They are aware that our emotions affect our state, our physical state, that our orientation to the energies which are available from the cosmos, if you will, affect the state of our DNA, affect the state of our health, and they are applying that as an experimental protocol, a rubric, if you will, to change the state of the people on board so that they can sample them for biological material. The fact of what we take away from it is aside the point. That is just whatever we take away, and then it's our take on it, and then a person, an experiencer, if you will, then goes off into our world and says how he or she feels about the experiment, or about what they were subjected to, or about what they were shown. But there's a cold, hard, cruel reality involved here that we are being picked up for biological material as an experimental protocol.
Okay, meaning what these people that are being abducted are doing is providing, you know, DNA, providing eggs and sperm so that they can, what, experiment or create their own future beings?
What they're trying to do is they're trying to ameliorate their own neuropathology, which is already starting and is becoming an issue within their populace at their timeline concerning reproduction.
But how many people do they need to figure that out?
Well, as many as what they wanted to take until they get the answer figured out, and they really don't care because it's the old proposition of the anthill along the side of the road in Africa. You know, we are to them, from their perspective, the ants on the anthill, and how would we feel about stepping on one or two ants or a few million ants out of an anthill? It may cause a few people with, I consider, higher intelligence, some moral problems just stepping on them, but, you know, how much would we really care about that? They feel that way about us. They want to use us as biological material, watch us get destroyed to justify their own background, their own history, and at the same time take the biological material from us and solve their own personal present problems.
Okay, but how are we fighting them?
What do you mean?
In other words, you've just told me they have a tremendous amount of control. They're abducting a huge number of people and they're continuing their experiments.
Well, they have. The numbers who are being abducted now are not treaty related. In other words, there is nobody being taken presently. Zero authorized by treaty. I can't stop them from taking people out of their beds at night, but I did influence the other.
So he was saying that in Egypt, So that's where he helped the J-Rod to escape. You know this
Yes.
Hatshepsut temple in Luxor? That's the
Sorry. Yeah, it is a Stargate portal area of Egypt, unique to its geological location.
Yeah,
Dan was asked to attend this, and he came to find out it was the J-Rod's request that Dan be there. I don't know if he was supposed to be a witness or contribute to the operation, but the J-Rod was there in a closed environment. It's a compound or compact version of the clean sphere on wheels, and Dan apparently pushed the J-Rod through the Stargate.
Yeah, because I think it's in one of the Michael shot. I think it's the escape from Area 51 or the escape of J-Rod or one of these presentation that he was talking about, that this temple it's in Luxor in Egypt. I think it's called the Hatshepsut. I don't know if I can pronounce it.
I think it's Abydos.
It's
Abydos.
I was just gonna ask you, like, what do you know about this part of, the Egypt connection?
Yeah, I did. That's an area I haven't gone too far into. I'm aware of that episode that happened, and I'm aware that the Stargates were all dismantled and destroyed prior to 2012 because that was mandatory and part of the agreements. Or we would have been erased off the face of history of all time, apparently. That was mandatory. They cannot have the Stargates operate because in the 2012 transition, in our place in the universe, where there was going to be a alignment where would it be put into a very special kind of alignment with planets and other things.
Yeah.
If Stargates were operational, it would have thrown off the entire universe. These Stargates had a quantum component to them, almost like the nuclear connection, where they say that can ruin more than just our planet. It has a quantum effect. That's why they don't want us to use nuclear or anything. So that the Stargates have supposedly all been destroyed now. And that's the only other connection I know that would have been used. So I think the Stargate concept is one that is both, it happens naturally in some places, but also happens with the assistance of the actual physical constructed device put into these places.
Okay. Yeah, because so also Dan is talking about some of these interviews about these gods and temples that, if once people will find out that those temples and those gods were just people, just us. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, or you didn't?
That gets into an aspect of the spiritual component to Dan's story and claims. Dan is very, very sensitive to the spiritual foundation for humanity. He once went to seminary to become a priest, and he maintains even today that he is a pastor of some sorts, and that he's a reverend. He is very careful to tiptoe around the discussion around what certain parts of our society have worshipped in terms of ideological or idolism.
Yeah.
In terms of gods, and that some of these on Mars would have been things we worshipped, and that he didn't want to interrupt the kind of spiritual foundation people have here by making the claims that he was aware of too pronounced. So I think he found some things out that challenged some belief systems, maybe not his own, but others on Earth here, where there was going to be some idols worshipped in a future, and evidence still on Mars, apparently, that we're going to find out in our future, or if we find out about them now. Maybe that's something that Majestic was upset about the writing of the book Eagles Disobey, because maybe there's some mention of that.
Yeah, I will look into it. Maybe if I can get it, at least the PDF one, the PDF version, if there is
Oh,
any.
I've been looking. I have been looking. Let me
Yeah.
know if you.
All right, will do.
I mean, of the book Eagles Disobey?
Yeah. No, I haven't seen it, but yeah, I'm just, if I find it, I'll share it with you, definitely.
I would pay for that, not hundreds of dollars. So somebody could be sitting on something you could make money off of for sure.
Yeah.
But
all right. You said you talked to Dan before, right?
Yes.
Yes. You didn't include it in too much into your
It's
presentation.
Sabi, it's almost a separate presentation, but I'll try to summarize it.
Yes. Yeah.
While I was researching Dan, I kept coming across this term, the golden thread.
Mm-hmm.
I kept coming across this, and it led me to a forum called the Golden Thread. And what I came across was a forum that I would eventually come to find out this was the second generation of it, and that somebody else had started an early version of it and claimed that Dan took ownership of that URL and created his own.
Mm-hmm.
Forget all that. The one I came across was one where it was a kind of it was a throwback version of a forum platform that didn't look very modern, but there was information being exchanged between people, and the people seemed to be military or intelligence level people, because there was dialogue that sounded militaristic, and using code names for projects.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan was involved in these discussions. And sometimes Dan's work on the project at S4 and his work within Majestic was being discussed.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say that, I don't mean somebody like us discussing it with Dan. It sounded like people Dan knew. And it was full of coded messages. If you're familiar with the QAnon, the QAnon individual that was around, like 5 years ago,
I don't know.
He was a mysterious figure on social Reddit, 4chan, and he seemed to be part of military intelligence. And he was dropping hints of things, but always in a codified way. Well, that was happening on this forum, and I'm reading it going, these people seem to be part of Majestic. Some of them are talking about MJ1, MJ5, MJ this. And some of them were handlers of Dan's. They were aide-de-camps. The term aide-de-camp sounds like it's a person that is assigned to assist you. So Dan had an aide-de-camp. Other Majestic members had aide-de-camps. Okay.
It's the handler.
Marcy was there sometimes assisting Dan. Anyway, I'm reading all of this, and I'm like, what is this? What is going on? This looks like militaristic dialogue between Majestic. Why is this public facing? I have no idea. I would log into it since 2012 all the way to 2018. I was on it every day. And it got to be so interesting. I started downloading with a special software all of the forum. And I've now archived many versions of this forum.
Okay.
And on this forum, only on occasion, there'd be somebody from the public who would weigh in and say something about what was being talked about. And as long as it was done respectfully, Dan would sometimes respond and other people would respond. Some of them were security to Dan. Some of them were military people that work with Dan who fly Dan places around the world to work with foreign dignitaries. And Dan's schedule for always being flown next would be there. And sometimes when the Majestic members all come together to have a meeting, I don't know if you're familiar with the term meeting minutes, but in corporate America, when there's a high-level meeting, somebody would be tasked with writing down everything that's being discussed.
Yeah.
That would be transcribed live on this website.
Yeah.
So I decided to occasionally dialogue with Dan about things. Dan, I'm still, I understand your background with the Majestic. I'm still trying to understand this aspect. I would always be respectful. He would respond. Other members would respond. Anyhow, I seem to have gotten to a level within this group where they seem to respect me, because I know a lot of other people, they would block them.
Mm-hmm.
And I also got to be a member where I could see if those of you who are familiar with how back in the day forums used to work, if you were a member, you had access to the control panel, so you can see who logged in and who was leaving messages every day.
Uh-huh.
I had access to the control panel. I would see, for the most part, 80% of what was being talked about was between these mysterious people, not members of the public,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
because they had monikers that were very special. Okay, so one time Dan told the public, I'm going to be doing another one of my Project Redstone, where I take members of the public with me. We go to the Frenchman Mountain outside of Las Vegas, because at the time he was still living in Las Vegas, and we're going to be collecting more of these special geographical mineral types that are found in the mountains, and a certain kind of gemstone that's there.
Uh-huh.
And what it is, it's a day-long thing. We hike up to the mountains, we go, and then we all meet and we have dinner or lunch afterwards, and that's it. Anyhow, he says, I'll take like I'll take 6 members of the public. Give me a reason why you think you should join me.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave my reason. I said, I'm an avid hiker. I hike with my boys. I'd be happy to help with this.
Mm-hmm.
And I get a private message back from one of Dan's people. I'll just say it's one of his security people.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Dan has you in mind for something else. We're going to arrange a phone call between the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, that's interesting. Okay. So eventually, one of his people give me a phone number and when to call it, and you can speak to Dan. And I called it, and Dan picks up the phone, and he picks it up and he says, Crane. And I recognize his voice. I said, Dan, this is Brian. I was told to call this number. Oh, Brian. Oh, okay, great. Nice to hear from you. Anyhow, to make a long story short, during this call, he was he was vetting me. He wanted to get my insights. He wanted to know my background. He wanted to know what my interests were. He wanted me to understand that he is, upon getting his Lotus research work that he spoke at Caltech about, into Library of Congress, and that he needed somebody trustworthy that he could trust to look at some of the data and try to make sense of it. I said, Dan, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not in the sciences. So you're speaking to somebody who's, I'm a graphic designer. I'm far from somebody in the sciences.
Yeah.
He said, that's okay. I'm comfortable with you. He said that 3 different times during the 1.5-hour long phone call. Okay, I feel comfortable talking to you. By the way, I've come to find out later this whole thing was recorded. No surprise. So he said, listen, I'm going to start by us getting a Proton Mail account, which is an encrypted email account, and I'm going to start sending you the data. And I want your impressions. I said, great, no problem. You are going to have to give me some sort of context to what I'm looking at. Because he wanted me, because I had a man on the street perspective. It was important for him when he get this published and peer reviewed that even somebody like me would be able to understand it. I said, well, I'll weigh in, but you have to give me some sort of context of what I'm looking at, because it might be a little too abstract.
Yeah.
So he started sending me materials. He started sending me data. He started sending me screenshots. And in one case, he even sent me a video that was edited with my name on it for review. Each time he sent it, there was no context. And I was getting bothered. I was writing him. I was writing him back on our Proton Mail. And I was writing him in personal messages directly to him on the website, on the forum. I said, Dan, not getting any information. And eventually one of his people reached out to me and say, we're looking into your background. We see your Facebook profile and we see people you're following, and we would like to know what your bottom line is. And they gave me a list of the people that they show that I'm friends with. And they gave me about 12 names. And I I said, well, okay, just because somebody follows somebody on Facebook doesn't mean they're friends. I could be following the President of the United States. Doesn't mean we're friends.
Yeah.
And I tried to plead my case. I said, not sure why this is important. I said, they said, we're concerned that you're involved in ufology. And at this time, Dan had a very, very vehement position and disagreement with ufology, which he and I both shared. I was not a big fan of the way ufology operates and the constant character assassination and all that.
Yeah.
So I tried to plead my case, and eventually they decided that's not good enough. We're closing off all communication with you from Dan, and we're going to block your IP address. So the way they did it kind of freaked me out. They posted on the forum a note directed at me that was that they knew I would see, and it had a squirrel. And if you know anything about intelligence, the term secret squirrel is somebody who's a high-level intelligence operative. And they did a picture of a squirrel, and I still have the picture, with an AK-47 pointed at the reader and saying, and it said clear, as if to say, you know, we're offing you. So that freaked me out. I gathered all my stuff. I grabbed my hard drives, and I got a motel for the night outside of the city. I had no idea what was happening.
When was that?
Sorry?
When was that?
This is 2018.
2018.
No, this is 2019 now.
2019.
And I didn't hear back from them until 2022. Suddenly, out of the blue, they write me back. They said, are you the Brian Jackson that's the designer? Because Dan wanted to involve you in something. I said, yes, I am. And they wrote me back saying, Dan is ready to get his stuff into the Library of Congress. He needs some slides designed, and he understands you're the graphic designer. And at this point, I'm so like, okay, we're not operating the way we were before. I'm now going to be Brian the designer. So I said, that's great. Happy to help. If you can send me a scope of work, I'll provide you an estimate and a time frame of how long the project will take. And they never got back with me again. So that's what the phone call was. That was another side to this, which only I can explain, that happened to me personally. Some of this entire thing for me personally with Dan is partially personal. Now, part of it is open source that anybody could have done. I collated a lot of this material, and I'm telling people, we all need to reevaluate this. It's significant. But some of it was very personal to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know this part. I know that you...
Yeah, many people don't.
Yeah, it was a bit scary, actually. Yeah,
it was.
Wow. Okay, thank you for sharing this. Let me see. I don't want to keep you because, sorry, do we still have a few questions?
Sure.
Time? Sorry, yeah.
And I've been talking my ear off. I'm sorry. Some of these are simple questions, and I'm going too far. But
no, it's good. It's good. It's good. I like it. Thank you. I'm comfortable with you.
Great. Likewise.
Like them would say it.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. So yeah. I was just gonna ask that. Do you still check out this his website? Apparently, he has a website. Because
eaglesdisobey.net.
That's it, yeah. Because I heard that if you're not careful, you see something and then a few hours later it's gone or something like that.
Exactly.
Do you? Yeah.
Yes. That's exactly true.
Every day or?
Just almost every day.
Any weird stuff recently?
You know, they still play this game. They still play this game, and I have no other word to define it except as a game, where they're putting things up that are meant for somebody who can understand the decoding of these, you know, this cloak and dagger codified messaging that either is intended for somebody who is going to understand it, or it's intended to just make people still circulate theories. But it's constantly put up there. And to me, it's now silly and bothersome. I don't mind saying that. It's silly and bothersome because unless they're agenda driven by virtue of some sort of agreement that they have to put something up constantly to allow the public to see something that they can check a box saying, we did it. It means nothing to 99% of the people looking at it, I think. Maybe
Yeah,
it's for somebody else.
Yeah, this is the one where I was going to ask. Probably the next question is how much desinfo or disinfo is in here, do you think?
I don't think it can be disinfo because it's so abstract. What's it claiming to do? I don't even know who could look at that and say it's disinfo. There's no info. You know, they put music videos up there. They put, screen grabs of various things. How can it be disinfo? Disinfo, by the way, this is what bothers me about ufology, and I'm going to be careful not to go down a rabbit hole too long here.
Yeah.
Disinfo, in my view, has to be very carefully orchestrated to be specific and clear to a specific audience with a specific desired outcome.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's too abstract and unclear, it's not disinfo. It's a failed attempt to communicate with somebody who probably is going to be a very small group of people, of which it's so open to interpretation, it can't be disinfo.
Yeah.
Disinfo is going to be very, very clear, beginning, middle, and end piece of information that it can be read, seen, or otherwise. Yeah, this is not an example of disinfo. This is just abstract.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask you because that's the end of your presentation as well, that there are many other people out there like Dan. Do you know any similar cases, even if you can't talk about it? You do?
I don't know. I mean, Dan was a unique case because of this relationship with Mike McConnell that he's kept alive.
Yeah.
We can presume that if there are others, some of them may have passed by now. And I would have, Dan, there may have been others who are aware of the Aquarius program and the outcome of some of the studies and results of the studies that Dan was involved in. I mean, he was involved in a component of Project Aquarius that had to do with understanding the biology of this being. And clearly it must have continued after Dan was not part of that any longer.
Yeah.
And also, I will say this, it may not have just been one entity. There may have been more than one entity at the S4 facility. Dan only got the one that they raised up that was the J-Rod. Who knows? There might have been somebody else. But there could have probably been other scientists who may still be alive or may know of a scientist work on this program that still may be alive. So.
Yeah. This is where actually my friend, colleague Dora, the lady, Hungarian lady who did a similar documentary on Dan in Hungarian. She wants to ask you that what do you think about Denverish claims regarding the timeline manipulation? It's a bit complex question. For example, the idea that they allegedly saved the world in 2012. What aspects of this do you consider realistic? What kind of technology might the government or other groups process? Time travel, timeline manipulation, or the ability to see into the future or the past? It's quite a complex question here.
It's complex, but we're sitting now at a time where we've got whistleblowers who are starting to hint at that. Between Matthew Brown and people like David Grush, who are talking about broadening our horizon to accept the idea of timelines and dimensions, is really valuable. Now, Dan was part of this program that found timeline 1, variation 83 was the most likely to occur back when, prior to, this was 2007, that 2012, this event may happen. But that humanity has the ability to nudge events to keep it from happening, including the rise of consciousness and unity. Now, we all know in 2012, the Earth did not have the major cataclysm. So that preparation for that event is very significant in the claims of Catherine Austin Fitts, in that the claim that we had built all of this underground for preparation for a cataclysmic event. Was the majority of that done prior to 2012? That would be interesting to find out. In that, it kind of weighs and gives a lot of weight in reality to what Dan's claim was, that there was going to be a future event. We're already preparing for it. We're building all these underground bases and network of travel between them.
Yeah.
The event seemed to have not gone the way it was supposed to. Hillary Clinton did not win election. We did not have the major stock market crash. But I sit here today with you looking at still where it seems like we're on the cusp of possible major geopolitical issues between Ukraine and Russia and the United States and Venezuela right now, and things where it seems like anything could happen.
Yeah.
Now, if I was to sit across from Dan right now, my first question would be, what was the next likely event? What was timeline 1, variation 82? What was the one that he saw that may be another one? Because they were looking at a number of them, and maybe we're on a different timeline now. Timeline 1, variation 83 was supposed to come to pass by 2012, and I don't think we're on that any longer if we seem to be fine. But it doesn't mean we're absolved from any maybe future one. So Dan claimed that was going to happen because of our alignment in the universe, where we're going to be put into a portion of the universe where there was a significant potential as a resonant event that was going to happen that had to do with our stargates that had to be dismantled to keep it from happening. So we may have bypassed that, in which case the J-Rod and his forewarning of that may have served for us to adequately bypass it. Who's to say where we're at now then?
Yeah.
It's a big question mark.
Yeah, interesting. By the way, now you just mentioned Matthew Brown. You know, his tweet to Elon, there's a lot of stuff, but at the bottom somewhere it says Amentum Corp. Amentum. Do you know Amentum?
No, I was aware of that tweet mentioning future timelines and our ability
as
to
well. Yes, but in the end he says, get into, apparently you have all the access, why don't you get ask for a tour into some of these facilities owned by Amentum. And I translated it to Hungarian, and I even put in, in brackets, like, I don't know what that is. But recently I did a piece, a huge piece. We done like 4.5 hours on Bob Lazar. And this guy, Donny, probably, I think he said he even sent you an email as well.
Sorry, his name?
Daniel, but I think you know.
Danny or Donnie?
Donny is D-A-N-I. Daniel, Hungarian guy.
Okay.
Anyways, we were talking about, and I asked him, what do you know about EG&G? Because, EG&G is supposed to be send Lazar to EG&G or refer to EG&G. Anyways, and so I looked into it because he said, oh, no, I didn't look into that one. So I'm like, let me have a look. And EG&G is going on since the Second World War, something like that. They were heavily involved in, it's a long story. Anyways, EG&G has been purchased by URS. URS has been sold to AECOM, something like that.
Yep.
That's been and the new name now is Amentum. And I looked into, if you go to Amentum, they're like all over the place. It's just like they're involved in like military in everywhere, in Asia, in Europe, in US, they do all the drone stuff. They've got like all sorts, everything. They've got all the equipments that they're ready to do war in anywhere around the world. They're huge. Amentum. They're helping NASA. Yeah, have a look. Their website. It tells you everything. But that was EG. Now it's Amentum.
You spell it for me again?
Amentum. It's A-M-U-N-T-U.
A-M. I'm sorry. Slow down. A-M.
A-M. Yeah. Maybe I can just send you.
Sure.
In
Please.
the chat. I think we got a chat. It's Amentum. It's like that. Amentum.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Amentum. I don't know what's the pronunciation exactly. All right, 2 more questions, please. Yeah, I was just going to mention, because you mentioned Matthew Brown. And so, yeah, she had another question, and then I have a final one. So what happened to Dan Burish's research on the Ganish particle? As far as I know, that research was focused on the origins of life.
Yes.
I also heard that you mentioned before that Dan's supposed to be publishing a book in 2025 or something like that, right? No?
Not a book. Get his research into Lotus in the Library of Congress
Okay.
on Lotus.
All right. It's not a book.
Yeah.
Okay. So so she's asking what happened with that.
You know what? If she was following, and if you have been following,
Yeah.
the Eagles Disobey, it was about not even 6 months ago.
Yeah.
They put a message up. I took a screen grab of it where they said Lotus is still on track for inclusion, for peer review. We're looking forward soon to having it out. So they're suggesting it's still happening on that website. It's going to come. And I don't know. And they made it sound like all the world will see it. So I don't know what that means, how that's going to happen, but.
Yeah, because so what she said as well, as far as I know, is that research focused on the origins of life. But so I understood, or I remembered, that it was only origins of human life, but apparently it's all life on Earth, right? Or is it?
Yeah, I think it's all life. It's the genesis of life that can be created, and there's a quantum component to it. And this is all of what he got. We didn't really go into this when the J-Rod climbed on him in the clean sphere, when there was the major technology dump revealed this, that became the genesis of his research to try to find out everything he could about the reality of this. But it is like the God particle that assembles itself into a life form, and that the genesis of those particles of that life form are existent in so many places on Earth and in the universe. And again, I'm not a scientist. I'm just trying to understand the basics. This is why my AI helps me understand some of this in a better way. But I'm sure that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. All right, my last question really is what you're currently working on, and how can people reach out to you?
You can always reach out to me through my website, burisharchive.com, and I've got my Telegram and Signal there. I think my regular email as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to engage with those, especially who can contribute in whatever way they can to this research. I always encourage people to look at the material before they ask me leading questions, because I may just tell you to go look at the website because it's all written there.
Yeah.
I don't mean that in a sarcastic way, but so often I'm asked questions that are very high level questions that you can look at on the website that I've outlined for you in the form of a video or an article link. So, yeah, that's the best way to get in contact with me. And I encourage everybody to look at the website to read up on all this material. I have every interview of Dan on there, including internal videos of his majestic people interviewing him. Yeah. And then again, recently the podcasts, which I think are helpful for quick onboarding. I keep them short, 9 to 14 minutes. I think those are great ways. Yeah. So they're good for everybody to take a look at. I'm going to contribute more subject matter to that as well. But no apologies. This is AI. I've already had it up on YouTube for a couple of days, and there's some really harsh comments. I can't believe you use AI. This is horrible. Sometimes it's a good use of AI. I cannot articulate the science of some of this stuff as good as this podcast can using Notebook LM. So
I saw the videos, but I didn't go through them yet. I didn't watch them yet. So I don't know.
They're listening YouTubes. They're not. There's nothing to see really. They're just something to listen to. I like YouTube because it transcribes it for people who might like to look at the transcript.
Yeah, look, I get crazy, stupid comments sometimes as well
Yeah, I don't
You know,
pay attention
completely skeptical, no research, no knowledge about the topic, just stupid answer, not even questions, not questions, but they like they know everything, right? Sometimes I'm like, are you disinfo agent or just completely stupid, you know? But
they just give me a reason to ignore them. If you're not familiar with the material and you put out a scathing 3-word comment, of course I'm gonna ignore it.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult because like when I did the reaction video as well, you know, for the this age of disclosure, and I was like, all right, it's not going to be a well-edited, presented video. I'm just going to talk, right? So careful, because I'm going to mention 200-300 names, locations, cities, whatever, you know, other movie titles, director names, whatever, locations, like facilities, crash stuff, you know, like dates, and because I just know stuff. Like I'm not sorry, I don't know everything. I'm still learning. I learn even now, like a lot from you. Every day I learn so many cases around there, out there, you know, from all over the world. Like in Hungarian cases, I didn't even know until, you know, I started talking to the OG Hungarian researchers, you know. So, but anyways, the point is that a lot of people you know, like wrote there, like, I don't know what you're talking about. What is this? What is it? I'm like, right, like, this is not really for, you know, what I was referencing is not really for beginners. So maybe you should watch my previous videos as well, you know, like, so you know, get to the level. But yes, yeah, the same thing here. But yeah, the Denberish case is huge. I think it's one of the most complex cases out there because there's so many aspects of the, you know, so it's just, but
but there's so much material that is out there about it. So he can't be a fraud.
No.
You don't get invited to Caltech as a fraud.
I was interested in the presentation that Dr. Dan Burish did at Caltech from several different standpoints, primarily being the scientific aspect of the presentation, and I was extremely impressed with this.
You don't get to speak so comfortably about very, very advanced science if you're a fraud.
Questions? In your experiment with the heat-fixed yeast cells, are you positing that the genetic material is not only inserted, but that these dead cells were restarted somehow?
Not only were they restarted, we actually ran out of presentation space. We have some images of what those cells actually look like. Serious anomalies presented. Such serious anomalies that the type of cells which we originally heat fixed were not what we ended up with at the end.
What number?
It is number. As soon as we noticed that an anomalous cell proceeded, there's the Poisson distribution I was talking about, we didn't get enough time to show. There we are. Here we have a disorganized nucleus, and these what we think are tetramerized heterochiral DNA, which was ultimately provoked by the Lotus phenomenon, lack of a better term, and over a several-hour period, the same nucleus, and you can see where the actual attachment of the DNA was to the newly formed nucleus. Next. This is what resulted from the Saccharomyces cerevisiae cell. By no standard is this normal. It appears to be a polytene-like chromosome arrangement out near the exterior cytoplasm area. There did not appear to be a normal aggregation, and there was certainly, I'm used to dealing with nuclear to cytoplasmic ratios, and that was nothing like it. Once we noticed what resulted, it went to the sodium hypochlorite. Bye-bye. And the reason being is we didn't know what we were bringing into an uncontrolled environment. We're not working in a cabinet lab, and this would have required at least a biological containment lab 3 or above. Additionally, we ran experiments involving the famous Spallanzani spontaneous generation decapitation, if you will, where he superheated beef broth. And when that superheated beef broth was closed, he had no growth.
Right.
Well, we superheated the same type of beef broth, well, generally the same kind, except for we had a silicon dioxide crystal stuck in the bottom of the chamber, and we propagated lotus through it, and that's what we got. Now, this is suspiciously, extremely suspiciously, like neuronal arrangement, like interneuron arrangement. And that went to the sodium hypochlorite as well.
Rapidly.
I understand. Good Lord. We ran it at two separate locations, one under her control and one under mine, and very early one morning after I was looking at the initial results, she heard me banging, not knocking, banging on her door to kill whatever was in the tubes.
Absolutely.
So what we received was an anomalous response, an unknown cell formation, and one that we were not willing to bring to sentience.
Yeah. There's so many aspects of this that lend itself to being credible, as extreme as the claims are. That's why it's like a rubber band that stretches the very maximum. On one hand, the claims are so out there, but on the other hand, it's hard to let go of the idea that there's so much credibility to who he is.
Yeah.
And my job in collating that on the website, I think, shows so much of the material that makes you go, well, I thought a fraud was this. This doesn't look like somebody is a fraud. Now, I'm not 100% on board with every single thing, because some of it is so out there that I will never know what some of his claims, how easily those could come to fruition. My point is, I think this needs reevaluation.
Yeah.
And it needs to be reevaluated and reconnected to so many of the newer dots that are coming up now with whistleblowers and their claims.
Yeah, further investigation required. Like, George Knapp with this right away, just no. It's that's wrong. Like, why don't you look at the data? Why don't you, like, even if he would go through your just those videos, he must have a different opinion right away. The data is there. He knows. I don't know why he's. Anyways, yeah, that's another weird part of the.
I don't know, but I respect what he's done to contribute to the field for sure. But on this one, I think I don't think he did the hard work, and it was there for him to see, because I was getting it, and it was out there at the same time. It was free, open source material that he could have gotten himself.
Yeah.
So,
but anyways, what the work you have done with the Berish archive, and to make sure people don't forget this case, which is very important in several aspects within the ufology field, I think is it's probably undervalued right now, but yeah, it's great.
Thank you, Sabi. Appreciate that.
Yes, all right. I don't want to keep you up. Like, you're talking 2.5 hours. Probably I could talk to you like twice as much more, but
you and I know about the subject all too well. Yes, you can go on for many hours, but
yeah,
I do have other things I'm going to have to get to here. So yeah, I have to go on.
Probably, hopefully, I'm going to meet you in that desert. Is the location is all fixed? You know about it?
Yeah, it's always the same place. It's in Palm Desert. Nice for me. It's only about an hour away.
Nice. Yeah, for me, it's like. Yeah,
yeah, but you did a different story.
Probably 3 flights. Yeah. But yeah, all right, cool. Thanks very much, Brian, again. So
very good. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all your listeners, whoever tuned in or are going to be tuning in to watch this. And I encourage them to take a look at the material to read up on it. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Brian.
All right, you take care.
Yeah, you too. Sziasztok, remélem tetszett az interjú, ha így van, ne felejtsd el lájkolni a videót, feliratkozni a csatornára, és megosztani legalább egy ismerősöddel, ezzel rengeteget segítesz a munkámban, köszönöm, hogy végignézted, és további szép estét kívánok!